Moon Designs, mixed media artist Lydia. And we're running a few minutes behind, but we are here. So here we go, folks. We're going to be working on some silver and copper tonight. And I already started the braiding of the silver wire. And I appreciate everybody being in here. So it's going to be a set of two different types of bracelets. And we're going to use this to hold the wire down, which hopefully will give us the look we're looking for. And these are a couple of previous wire wrap pieces that I did. So welcome in, everyone. Thank you for showing up for the live, for all those who show up. And I thank you for being here. And we're going to try to keep Boss Kitty out of the way. I realized I was supposed to be here at 7:45, so I'm a few minutes over, but not that far. Hopefully everyone will show up. Thank you so much for your kindness and all your support. Everyone who's been supporting me, I really appreciate it. Whoops, didn't mean for that to happen. So, we'll be rolling in just a minute. Thank you so much for being here. Everyone, don't forget to thumb up and like the live. It really does help. I appreciate it. And let's get to work on these awesome creations. And I'm using my other stand here tonight to do this. We're also going to be working with some Lapidus here, which is beautiful. These are like shards, but they're bigger Lapidus beads. We're also going to be working on a bracelet out of these, along with a set of earrings. And we're going to be working on using some of these jade pieces, which are what they are, square pieces of gemstone jade. And they're just gorgeous. So I hope everybody enjoys this and you have fun being here. I wasn't too far running behind, so hopefully everyone will show up. And we're going to squeeze the end of the silver wire down here that I started to braid. All right. Welcome in, everybody. Don't forget to thumb up the live. I see it says I have 12 people in here. I wonder, do I have a glitch going on? Now it says I have 15 in here. Okay. So welcome in, everybody. I'm Organic Silver Moon Designs. I'm a jewelry and a canvas artist. We're going to be working on several different things here tonight. Oops, let me get this up here where you can see this. I'm going to have to lift this up the camera some. I apologize. My apologies. Hey, folks, don't forget to thumb up the live while you're in here. It really does help. I appreciate it, too. Okay, we're going to slide this down. This is a bracelet mandrel that we're using. That's weird. It's saying it's holding inappropriate messages. This message may be held for review. Hi, Courtney Spear. How are you doing? If you just say hello again, it's making me, I don't know why, because you said the word fork. Welcome in. I'll show it. It's fine with me. I don't see anything wrong with it. So there you go. And we're going to press this around this way. How are you doing tonight? Hey, Anna, welcome in. I was running a few minutes behind. Isn't it weird? Because, guys, don't forget to thumb up the live while you're in here. It's really weird because they help Courtney's thing for review. I don't even know what that means. If it's something bad, I'll find out later, and then I can remove it out of the live chat. But I don't think so. Hey, Anna, thank you so much. You're amazing. I really appreciate you being here. I do. And this is the piece I wrapped for Minnow. raccoon's glass. This is one of his beads. Like, he called these throwaway beads. I think they're gorgeous once you put the wire on them. And then, of course, the jasper and the jade and the silver and tiger eye earrings. Thanks for the thumbs up. I appreciate that. That is so weird. So I didn't hold you there. Apparently YouTube believes that you shouldn't be using that word, whatever that means, Courtney. I have no idea. Do you know, Anna? Because I don't. Anyway, we're going to take this right now, and I'm going to lay this down this way. To pull that in there. This is probably about a 7.5, 8. Shouldn't need it any bigger than that because it's going to be an adjustable bracelet anyway. Anna, you deserve to be nice too. Anna's an amazing person. For everyone who doesn't know her, check her out and her channel too. And don't forget, everybody, just kind of subscribe back and forth to each other, support each other. Most of the people that come into my channel are other creators. We're also going to be doing some Lapidus here. This is real Lapidus gemstone, which I think is really pretty. This is not a necklace. This is how it comes when you get it. I have no idea what these go for now. I've had this for a couple of years. So thank you for all the thumbs up. I appreciate it. And we're going to cut this silver bracelet that I started the wrap and wasn't looking at the time when I started it. So I thank everybody for your support. I really do. And we're going to cut off the end here on this silver. This actually is not parawire, this silver, but it is tarnish free, and it's considered a sterling 925, but I think it's plate because it's Argentino. Is that the word? I can't read the rest of it because it's in another language, and I did buy it from America. Hi, Rubberneck. Thanks for showing up. I really appreciate it. I appreciate all the thumbs up and everything, everybody, and I really appreciate you supporting me. So I'm going to take this off here because I'm not going to hammer this yet. I'm taking it off that, which is called a bracelet mandrel. And I have no idea where my metal block is, so I can't hammer on this because this is a piece of tile. So, but we're going to cut off the end of this so we don't have that tail on there. It was real simple, just a simple braid, folks, in the wire. And that won't work. That's my chain nose. Okay, so we're just using some, these are considered where you get down into things. They're more than a regular set of wire cutters. Okay. And of course, this will be adjustable so that it will fit whoever's wearing it, whether you have a large arm or a small arm. And we're going to use my bent nose pliers here while I knock everything else out of the way. And we're just going to bend this down a little bit here. And if I have to, I'll put it back on the mandrel to reshape it. Just something really simple, nothing fancy. It's the simple braided silver bracelet made out of Argentine silver. That is not, it is not nickel silver, just so everybody knows there is a difference. And I do recommend using either sandpaper or a Dremel with a file pad on it, like a round disc. It looks like a little round disc. And to file down the ends on these so no one gets hurt by them. We're just going to twist this around is what I'm doing, so I can get it tighter here on the end so it will lock in. Wow. Thanks everybody for being here. I really appreciate it. We're going to be doing several other things, so not to worry. This is just in the moment. I can tap on this. If you have headphones on, though, please turn them down so that this doesn't sound like it's going to, you know, pierce one's eardrums here. I'm just doing this intentionally, and I may have to size it down even more, but I wanted it to be adjustable. It's not the softest wire I've ever worked with. Oops, sorry for that. That big bang there on my thing there. I'm going to take this and bend it back, and then I'm going to use a pair of round nose pliers just to sort of put a twist on the end of this on each side. That way when it's adjustable, it will be easy to do it. I don't want to use the barrel. I want to use these. These are the other type of round nose pliers you can use. How's everybody doing tonight? Thank you for showing up. I really appreciate it. We're just going to twist that around like that. I'm sort of doing this one extra because I'm going to end up cutting this right here, because I don't like the way it looks. Thanks for coming in, Robert. You're awesome. Thank you. Wow, it does not. Now it gets tough to cut, right? Because I've got more than one strand. There's like 3 strands of this wire. So it's a little tougher to cut the wire when it gets like that. We're just wrapping it around here like this. And you just release it as you turn. There we go. I'm just using these to also press it down. We're sort of getting a hoop just like that, just a little different. These are a little smaller because this wire is smaller. Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to be out of the frame. I'm sure you can do it. Look, I'm just, when I'm sitting here tonight, I am winging everything I'm doing, and it's not a norm for me. I usually plan ahead is the word. I plan ahead. And I'm trying to look off the side of my camera and not through my camera to see what I'm doing. Oops. There we go. That's what I wanted. I wanted that piece out of there. And we're just going to use some round bent nose pliers here to press this down. Just a little bit here. And I'm going to use my needle nose, which I call chain nose twos. These are chain nose. They're just extended ones. Kind of bring that in there like that. And then I'm gonna do this gently, because that, by the way, these chain nose pliers, if you don't want Mars in your wire and stuff. If you can see, there are ridges in this. Well, I bet you did a great job. Why didn't you make a video? I'm going to use the nylon pliers here. See, my braid is coming out of there because of me cutting it. And I'm going to take this piece here because if I don't, the braid is going to completely come out unless you do it really, really super tight. And this is not really, really super tight. I'm just trying to get that to pull around there a little more. There we go. Hey, well, I bet you can do it great. Look, hey, come on. I'm just, like I said, tonight is just winging it. That's all it is tonight. Because I really need a board to hammer on, but I'll see if I can do this here so I don't break my towel over here. Gonna make some noise, folks, with this chasing hammer. So please just turn your headsets down. I don't want anybody to have eardrums that they can't live with afterwards or say that I caused them hearing problems. You sort of just hit and pull away anything that you hammer because you don't want a direct blow on your metal or your wire. Sorry. Turn your headphones down, folks. Anytime you see this hammer head towards the camera, make sure you turn your headphones down. I try to tell everybody, or your earpieces, because some people watch and they wear and so they wear the earplugs instead of listening through their phone. And I want to cut this off too, because that is jagged. We do not want anyone to get hurt. Let's see here. I know I just had, sorry about the noise. I know I just had my wire cutters here. So if I don't have enough of these that I can't find them. Okay, so we're just going to cut this as close as possible. There we go. And then I'm going to bend these down. If you guys see little fruit flies, I'm still dealing with the fruit flies from the last episode of this. So we're just pressing that down, kind of mashing it together. All right. And then we're going to put it around here again. It's not a perfect weave, but it's close. It's close. So it can be put on your wrist. You can sort of size it right on your arm. Of course, I made this rather large. My arm isn't that big, but some people have larger wrists. Go there and there. There we go. And then I thought about, I need a small one though if I'm going to do this. A really small one if that's possible. That's not small enough. Neither is that. These little antique keys I have, which I really like. I think they're pretty. I like them. I'm wondering. Can't really cut that. I could, but it would make a lot of noise. And we definitely can. Let's see here. And Boss Kitty's in the back making noise. I like this. It sort of reminds me of Queen Anne, this style. How's everybody doing this evening? Thank you all for being here and supporting me. I'm looking for... Oops, I didn't mean to knock into the camera, guys and girls. That one's shorter, but it's thicker. So I don't have any way to say 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can do 1, 2, move this over so you can see it, 3, 4. Okay. Now these two match. So that would make a cute set of earrings. So we'll put those over there. In fact, there are quite a few that match. I didn't even realize it. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It gave me a minute ago, it gave me a choice where you guys could pick something, and then it went off my screen. They're not actually rubberneck. They're really lightweight. Super lightweight. I promise you, they're not heavy at all. They're just as light or lighter than polymer clay. No, they're really lightweight, or I wouldn't even suggest it. You trust me, because I watched my mom. She used to wear these big, cloddy shell earrings years ago, and I kept telling her that she was going to pull the gristle out of her ear and pull her ear down lower. No, they're real lightweight. That's why I said these two would make really good little earrings. They're very, very lightweight, trust me. That I know better. I know better than to use anything that's real heavy on the ears. Let's see if I can find... I was looking for something that was even shorter in some of these keys to go on the center of this. Huh. But you know what would work and would look really cute on here probably? This little elephant charm. What do you guys think of that in the center of the bracelet? And we can even weave in a couple of stones, gemstones, small gemstones. Yeah, I thought it was cute too. And elephants with their trunks up are supposed to bring you good luck, right? That's what they say. And we'll just use one of these smaller jump rings here to go right in the center. I thought I opened these last time. Maybe I opened a different pack. I bet I did. They're in here. They're in here. Yep. There we go. There we go. I just thought it would be something quick and cute, and we could add it to it. We're just going to take the bent nose pliers and these other pair of bent nose pliers, and we're going to open this little jump ring here, a small one. And I do mean small, folks. And you just sort of twist it back and forth to get it to open. There we go. I didn't even really have to twist it and it opened. Can everybody see that okay? Now I'm going to thread it through this larger one. There we go. Just like that. It is tiny, you're right. Hi, James. Welcome in. Thank you for coming. Thank you for all the thumbs up, folks. So we're going to weave this into the braided silver bracelet. Try to see if I can make sure. I need to hammer it down, folks, so I will probably do that now instead of waiting, because that will not work. So we need to hammer this down. You see how we need it to lay flat if possible. I don't know where my metal thing is, but I'm going to use this and try to headphones down, folks. Sorry, almost didn't tell you. Definitely turn your headphones down. I don't want any burst eardrums here. And this is like material, so it's not metal like the chase hammer. So I'm able to go ahead and do a direct hit. Sorry for the noise. There we go. Hammer away. Okay. That's much better. See there? Much, much better. See how it lays now? I know I sound like I don't know what I'm talking about half the time, but I really do. And I knew that wasn't going to work on this being lopsided. Okay, we're going to go back with the jump ring again and go through this larger ring. There we go. And I'm looking to make sure that I have a center here, which I'm pretty sure I do. Just getting it through those braids is the other one. I was trying to use a small jump ring because I really didn't want to show off the jump ring on the bracelet. So I'm going to use my hands here to see if I can hand weave this in and make sure that I have the center here. Because we'll know if I don't. You trust me. We'll know. Okay, I need that to go through there. Oops. I may have to use a larger jump ring. It may not allow me to do this little teeny one. I can open the one that's on the charm and use it. I was just hoping for a little more flow by using a second jump ring. Use two bent nose or a flat nose. Don't do what I do. Do what I tell you to do, because it'll be a lot easier on you. Okay. And I want to make sure it goes through one of the braids, because if you don't want it sliding from side to side. And that's what it'll do if you don't go through one of the braids. And I'm going to have to open it some more. I guess try and use flat nose or bent nose to do these. And you don't want to bend the jump ring forward either. You always want to bend it back towards yourself. How are you doing tonight, James? I thank you for being in here. I thank you for the support and all the love from all of you. Seriously. I'm hoping I don't have to pull the braid apart to get it in here. See how it's going over the top? I don't need that. I need it to go in between the braid. So let me use my bent nose here. Make sure I'm in the center. In the center, yep. We're just going to widen that just a little bit right there. Then we're going to pick this back up. Normally you want to use both of your bent nose pliers. There we go. I think I found the center. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so we're going to grab it with this pair of bent nose and this pair here. We're just going to bring these two together. They normally will make a clicking noise. I'm not sure. If I can make that where you can even hear it. I'm just going to make sure that's closed like that, which means it's all the way sealed. And I'll move my finger here so that you can see it sealed. Yeah, and that's what, this one has its trunk up. That's what I was always told. Don't buy an elephant unless it has its trunk up. It's supposed to bring you good luck. This one even has tusk. If you look at all the detail, there's actually some really awesome detail in here. Okay, there we go. And it's adjustable, so you can put it on your arm and adjust it. So that it will fit tighter. Well, we don't want to misshapen it because our wrist, if you think about it, your wrist, when you look at your wrist right there and here, your wrists aren't really round like a mandrel is. Yeah, they are. You are. So they say. In the old days, people in really old homes used to actually put horseshoes in between the walls when they'd build. Way back. We're talking about probably during, no offense to anyone, please don't any offense, but during the Confederate Wars and stuff, those type of homes, they actually did that. As it was believed to have brought good luck. Like maybe not your house not burning down, wealth, maybe, and success. Let me move all this to the side here. And we're going to be using these in just a minute. We're going to be doing something with these Lapidus here. And by the way, I can't even remember where I bought those. It was probably overseas. I'm sure you could get them at Fire Mountain Gyms or somewhere else. I just have no idea how much these are because they're too excuse me, 2+ years old. So that's not too bad looking. It's kind of cute. And it really is braided, believe it or not, all the way through. What's everybody else up to tonight? I'm just showing a close-up of that. And that's the copper one we did last week, I believe. Thanks, Rubberneck. Give me 1 second here. I'm not leaving you. I have to grab something and I'll be right back. Just one count. Oh, okay. Yeah, you know who else I don't see in here though? And she usually comes in. Maybe she didn't get a thing. And also I said I was going to be on at 7:45. I didn't see Gemini. She usually always comes in too. So I hope she's doing okay. All right. Give me 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. I wish they'd, I guess, I don't know what he plays in his background, but I wish they would let us play some decent music. But I guess that's not the case, huh? I mean, 1 second here. I have real lightweight pants on. I'm not showing y'all his legs, my legs to you, my white legs that the cat has devoured because she wouldn't let me cut her back paws. She is right now. In fact, I'll show you. So I've got to go out and get something. I'll show you right where Boss Kitty is. Because she knows she's in the, as they say, the doghouse. See her? Can everybody see her? I'll try and bring her up closer. She says, hello, everybody. Welcome in. She said, I'm in timeout. All right. She got my leg last night and slid off it, and I meant to get her back claws cut, and I wasn't able to. So it really wasn't her fault, but when they give you a hard time about cutting their black claws. Thanks, Anna. She is. I love her. She's my sweetheart. She's an adopted baby. I've had her since, since 2022. She's been with me. I adopted her in Panama City, Florida, from 9 Lives Kitty Rescue. Give me just 1 second here, and I'll be right back, folks. Here, like I said, if they'd let me play some music or something, I'd do it. Well, happy birthday to your baby, Rocky. That is an awesome name, Anna. I love his name. There you go. That's an awesome name. I bet he's beautiful. Give me just a second, folks. I'll be right back. I'm going to get something I need and turn on my light in my living room out of my studio so that when I come out of this room tonight, I don't trip over my own feet because I can't see. It gets real dark in the rest of the house. almost back. Good thing I got moderators. Thanks, guys. I'm almost back. And girls. Surprised Boss Kitty didn't come down to entertain you while I walked out to do that. Sorry about that. Okay. So I went to get my other copper wire. Oops. That I needed. It was in the other room. You guys all know I'm disabled, so my back is killing me, so I went to get some medicine too, so I'm not hurting. Yes, a lot of people like those stretchy bracelets, you know? Give me one more second. I'm almost back. Yay. Okay. And this is going to come in the next live. I'm going to do copper and this, which is, to be honest with you, I know it's silver. It's that Argene silver that they claim is sterling. I don't think it is. But I'm going to have to find my shears to do this. It has to be cut and hand hammered, so I need my block and shears. And I'll have to use my torch to anneal it. Thanks for your patience, everybody. I appreciate all the thumbs up, too, and your patience. Okay. So, I don't know where I use a lot of parawire because parawire is softer. And I do recommend it because it doesn't tarnish. Thank you so much, James. I appreciate it. And since we started this other bracelet, was everybody here in the last live when I made this one? And Launch was supposed to be here tonight too, but his baby girl puppy has had an upset stomach, so he may not be here tonight. So we're going to use this 24 gauge copper wire here. And we're actually going to also, I'm going to be doing several different things, and I'm going to find my other small silver wire for this one so that we can braid in some small beads to go on that. But that's what I'm going to do on this one too. Let's put some beads in here. I think it'll be really pretty. What do you guys think? I'm going to use this. I'm not going to be using, I have what I had shown you guys that last time, that's wire, but we're not going to be using that, which is a thread metal wire. We're going to actually be using 24 gauge copper wire. Very small, very thin, super thin. We're going to cut this. I keep wanting to grab these in there, my needle nose. Okay. I'm going to guess that this is a little bit over 5 feet, and the way I do it, guys, is I put it against my arm and measure it from my hand to about my shoulder. Well, a little bit above my elbow is what I would say. From my fingers to my elbow, a little bit above. Hi, Walk in the Rain. How are you? That's okay. He'll let me know. He and I talk, so that's how I knew that his puppy was sick. Because he and I were on just before the live. Thank you, Walk in the Rain. Okay, let's get some beads in here and start weaving this. Oops. And since it is copper, we find got a whole bunch of beads back here in this case here. Yeah. How are you doing tonight, Walk in the Rain? I'm so happy to see you here. Like I said, I was surprised I hadn't seen you in a while. I'm actually looking for these. See how small these are? These are tiger eyes. These are like a 4 millimeter. And then I'll show you the difference. And these are a 6 millimeter tiger eye. One, two, three, four, 5, and 6. We're going to do like 6. We're going to weave 6 of these in there. I think they'll look really pretty with the copper. All right. I'm just going to weave this through here, like so, which will fit this 24 wire just perfect. And then we're going to come right here through the side and the front. I'll start on the back side. And it's not going in between the weave. It will actually be most likely sitting on it. Whoops, I knew that was going to happen. I should have known to put them in the cart up here. They just roll everywhere. Yeah. Okay. If I have to, I'll just get some more out. Thank you so much, Rubberneck, for your positive support, and thank you, everybody, for the thumbs up. I really appreciate it. Yeah, just so everybody knows, Launch is a friend of mine offline, too, so that's how I knew his puppy was sick. Okay, we're just weaving this through the weave that's already here on the copper bracelet. He's a really good guy. Like I said, usually he says hi when he's in here, so he's not the type to lurk in my rooms. Okay, just going to press that up against there like that. So what's everybody else up to tonight? James, Rubberneck, Walk in the Rain, Anna, if you're still in here, Anna. I'm just rerunning it back through the same hole. A little tight there, but it can be done. And I think everybody, I don't know if Walk in the Rain was there, but I know everybody was there in Menels earlier when he was out doing his lawn work. Go nice and tight. So we want it to pull right up against there if possible. There we go. And then I'm going to take this and sort of like just do a coil right here. All the way around. I'm going to use my nylon pliers so it doesn't mar the wire on the bracelet. To just sort of press that down, that little piece right up there in the top. Hey SA, welcome in. Nice to see you here this evening. I appreciate it. I know that you have to get up pretty early to come in here. Okay. Whoops, that won't work getting the wire around the phone. I'm pretty close up on this so that people can see hopefully what I'm doing. Okay, I'm just going to do another weave right here, like this. Pull it through. I'm just pushing that up with my thumb. There we go, just like that. And there we go. Thanks for all my mods being in here tonight, too. I really appreciate that. All right. And we're just going to weave this around a few more times because we're going to bring the next bead up to about here. And we're just going to sort of walk these around. As we're doing a coil. Sort of just weaving it around. Oops. Like I said, I've got this pretty close up so you can see what I'm doing. I'm doing a quite tight pull on there. You can use your pliers too to do that, to tighten it down. And I use the nylon pliers just to straighten it out a little bit. And we're going to pull it again right here, trying to just get another weave right there, just like that. What's everybody up to tonight? And what are we talking about? You said something about fruit trees or something. So we're wire coiling with accent tagger eyes on the braided copper bracelet I made last week. I think it was last week, yeah. Last Thursday. And we're just doing a weave all the way around, and we're going to put these 4-inch is what they are. 4-inch tagger eye beads, which are really pretty, and they actually go with the copper very well. I don't know who you're talking about, Ruth. Is that right? Is that correct? Is it Ruth? I don't know. Swag usually means something else. So. All right, we're going back through here. We're just doing a weave through these 3 wires that are already woven through this copper wire. So like and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. And if there's anything you would like, certain beads or something you'd like to see in the future, I'll be more than glad to bring them in to do them. Just using the nylon pliers here to sort of mash this down a little ways. And we're going to use the bent nose pliers and bring this back a little bit to tighten this up. I'm doing well, thank you. SA, I appreciate it. Well, normally it's hit and miss, but most of the time I just have them organized in these little drawers back here, and I do them so that I know I have 4, 6, 8, and 10, especially if it's gemstones, so that I know what size I'm using every time when I do a project. These little drawers really come in handy. But thank you for the great question. Yeah, I usually do it by gemstone and color. So usually I keep all Tiger Eye in the same drawer along with other ones, or I'm doing amethyst, or I have turquoise and I separate those two. Doesn't always get that way. Sometimes it gets a little messy. And while I'm finishing up this bracelet, we're going to hopefully get into these Lapidus here. I've had these for about 2.5, 3 years now, so I'm finally getting around to using them. They're genuine Lapidus stones. They're the spears. I love them. I just think they're really pretty. Okay. And I'm actually getting another Tiger Eye right here. These are 4. They're really small. I'm just going to run it through. And this is 24 gauge I'm using because nothing else would fit in these smaller beads. Exactly, Rubberneck. There we go. Our next Tiger Eye. Come back here through this way. So I can pull it down. We're sort of weaving them in between the weave and braid on the bracelet. There we go. Nice and tight pull. I usually do. Just be careful if you're prone to cutting your fingers or something with the wire. Just go ahead and use a pair of pliers and, pull it to tighten it to make sure you don't hurt your hands. So my hands have gotten tough over the years from it. Whoops. And again, this is 24 gauge copper. Non-tarnish. Just sort of weaving it through there so we can do a coil each time. I just use my finger there to kind of adjust it and pull it back so it stays in one place. Thanks, James. You're awesome. And Boss Kitty is over here, down from her perch, as I call it. I'm just pressing that back to even it up. Whoops. You have to get down. Get down. Good girl. Good girl. Wow. Just have to really pull it tight here. And like I said, just use your other pliers because it can get rather hard to pull it through when you're trying to make it nice and tight. Thank you for all the compliments, everyone. Thank you for all the thumbs up. I really appreciate it. So if you're in here, make sure you thumb up and like the live. And if you're not already subscribed, please subscribe. There's more coming. We're just doing a simple coil wrap here through this braided bracelet that I made last week and adding the tagger eyes to it. You guys are amazing. Thank you for all the wonderful and nice comments. I really appreciate it. Not too bad. I'm just trying to get a weave all the way through and coil it. Is what I'm doing, is little coils in between. I'm going to go back through this bead again, if I can. Make it back through the same hole. It just sort of secures it to make sure that it doesn't slide at all. And I'm going to have to sort of pull this with the bent nose pliers to get it to pull through again. You don't have to do this. You can only do it once if you choose. I just sort of like doing it that way. Of course. This one's going to give me a hard time. The other one didn't. This one does. There we go. Just had to find that sweet spot on that bead. And then I'll take my hand here, twist this back because it gets twisted, of course. It's wire, it's not thread, so big difference. But it is basically almost the same concept. There we go. I'm just threading it through it. It's not as easy as it looks, or I don't know if it looks easy, but it's not. Thanks, James. You're awesome. Thank you, everybody. SA, Rubberneck, Walk in the Rain, Anna. There we go. All right. Then I'm going to come back and go under. And then we're going to weave again. I'm just pulling it over the first time. I don't go in between them. You could do that, but it'll be a lot more trouble trying to get the beads on here if you go in between each wire. Unless you plan on doing that before then. Before you put the beads on. There we go. Hopefully everybody can see that. It's just a weave. It's not a tight weave. Hey, Launch. Welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you. I make it look easy. Right. How is your baby girl, Launch? Remember, everybody, if you don't know each other, get to know each other. Launch is an awesome creator too, and he has a channel also he's working on. So if you haven't hooked up together, you should hook up. He has a great sense of humor too. Oh no, Launch. I was hoping that wasn't going to be the case. I was hoping she's going to be okay. Yeah, I figured that's why you weren't right, in here. I wasn't right on time tonight. I was about 8 minutes late, which I didn't mean to be. I was in the middle of doing something and lost track of time. There we go. We're just tightening each one of these as we go around and through this. Whoops, sorry, I hit the camera. I wish they had some way, like I know in other things, like other platforms, you can actually bring in your picture or whatever and show things, but they don't do that here, so I'm not sure if that'll ever happen on YouTube. But it would be kind of cool. I'm sorry she's doing bad. I was hoping when I'd seen you that she was doing better. Oops. Trying to weave this back through here for our next go around. If y'all hear that grind, it's Boss Kitty's restroom. It's an electric litter box, folks. You hear a grind in the background. I don't have AI or robots. Not yet, not that kind. And we're just weaving this through. I'm going to pull this over and press that over. You can use your pliers and press those back too once you pull the weave through. There we go. Thanks for all the thumbs up, everybody. I really appreciate that. Give me just a second here. I've got to take a sip of my tea. I have tea and soda here tonight. I have two things going on here. And I had to go out earlier and leave everybody in here for a minute because I wanted to make sure my lights were on out in my living room so that when I left here tonight out of the studio, I wouldn't break my neck leaving the room because I couldn't see. And everybody, don't forget to check out Essay if you don't know him. Almost everybody I see in here, everyone knows everyone. So hopefully that's the case for you guys too. Second here. There we go. So untangling some wire here. That's actually my chain behind the scenes. This actually came from Halloween. It's one of those evil eye bees and glow in the dark powder. I don't know where my thing is to show you, but I thought it was pretty. And then, of course, a handmade hook. I liked it. I thought it was funky cool. Yeah, she's a real sweetheart, Rubberneck, his puppy. She is amazing. Okay, on the third one here. And we just find the hole in the tagger eye. These are, again, these are like 4. These aren't 2mm. They'd be tiny like a grain of sand. So they are 4mm tagger eye. Thanks, Rubberneck. Did you hear that, Launch? You got a new subscriber. Make sure you sub them too. She's got video. Rubberneck has videos too. Almost slipped there. Okay, we're just trying to. There we go. Oh, I found it. I found the hole in the bead. Now, will it go through this bead? This is only 24 gauge wire. It should go through. But that doesn't always happen. It's right on the tip there, folks. I don't know if you can see it. I'm going to try and use my flat nose and see if I can grab that very tip, if it's possible. See, I knew that was going to happen. I knew it. I knew it. Some more out of here. Yeah, I sort of have these all mixed up from the day that Boss Kitty knocked everything over this batch of beads here. Thank you, Rubberneck. He's a good person. He really is. Okay, we got it on. It went flying down. The first one wouldn't even go on there, and this one slid right down right away. Oops, I need to come back some because... Okay. Removing that one there. Come back through this side. Underneath here where the bead actually is. And this time I'm going to take it right through the back side. It sort of makes them look like they're weaved in there by doing that. By doing the double wire. And we'll press that down. I'll go back through the same side this wire is in. There we go. Yeah, I've done it before for necklaces too. I've done some malachite in my earlier videos that I did actually make. I actually made the chain. I did chain links with malachite, which is a green gemstone. Very pretty, came out nice. I'm going to grab that wire there, pull it through. Straighten this out a little bit. Kind of crimped there, so there we go. Once it gets past that certain point, it will go through. There we go. I'll use the nylon pliers here to straighten this out a little. I usually do it really gentle because it does harden up the wire, but being that this is 24 gauge, it's not going to work harden it that much. That you can't manage it. It just straightens it out so it'll go through the beads. Well, I'm sure you could do it. No doubt in my mind, Rubberneck, that you could do it. You could wire weave. This is just simple one. This is not even complicated. Just hold my finger there to guide that. Sorry about that. My big hand in the way. We're just pulling down. I have to use my pliers again because it's actually getting hard to pull as the tighter it gets because there's already a double wire through there. Okay, then we're going to pull this back down this way, just like that. We're pulling around, and again, just like weaving, you see where I got a blood blister where I caught my hand. Well, I've got some real super tiny beads too that are actually real turquoise and stuff too, but I do have glass ones. I won't tell a lie. I do have some glass beads, but they're expensive. Everybody knows that if you do any kind of seed bead work. Okay. And we're just pressing this down this way. I may have to use 2 pieces of this copper wire because I may not have enough to go all the way. And then we're going to take this right here and kind of squish it together. And later I'll take the hammer to these very gently. My other mallet that's made out of, before I was a vegan, it is leather. I'm just trying to pull this together right here. I may have to use my other ones because my needle nose ones, needle nose, chain nose, whatever you want to call them, in order to grab this because it's so small. There we go. See, we just brought that together. Same thing you do for this. Because we can get it there. And I don't want to use these to mash it. Like I said, they have a ridge on them. My other pair doesn't, but the pair I have out tonight has the ridges on it. Yeah, they can be very expensive. Most people don't realize it. They think, oh, well, glass beads don't cost that much. Yeah, they do, depending on the style of the bead. And also depending on whether or not you're mental raccoon, too. So he's making hand glass beads, very different. And art, you know. Okay, I'm reaching over here and the side of my beads that got all mixed up that Boss Kitty decided to throw all over the floor for me. And I am not pulling out more than one at a time because I do not want them to go flying all over the floor. I have some others too that I want to use in some of my other copper work and even silver. I have some lemon tagger. They're on the yellow side and they're just gorgeous. So we're just trying to find the hole in this bead again. Pull this back some. Yeah, absolutely. I haven't been to Hobby Lobby in quite a few years. I did get some really beautiful blue beads at one time that aren't the amethysts that I have here. They're really large, but they're really gorgeous, and they are not amethysts, but they are gorgeous. In fact, I think these are it right here. They're really pretty. And there's no Hobby Lobby out here where I live. Anything I get will have to be ordered off a line now, always. Though I did most of mine that way too. Order offline. I'm just pulling one loop around here because I'm going to go back through the same bead as we did before, back through the same hole. Oops, sorry my hands are in the way. It's kind of hard for them not to be. If you look, that wire's coming up right now, right there. See? Yeah, I love agate too. Agate's a gemstone, folks. Agate, however you want to call it. It is a gemstone, and they can get really expensive, like the ring that I have wrapped up on Etsy, because it's polished and it's not cut. It's natural. It was cut, but it's not cut round. And that ring's worth about $150, and I put it up there for $50. So I'm not worried about it. It's not everybody's taste. It is what I call a dinner ring, or something you'd wear out on the beach or when you're fancy dancy. It's really pretty. And it's hard to see from the picture. There's actually hues of gold, green, and pink in it. And that agate. It's a tree agate, by the way. That's why I said there's green in it. But there are little hues of pink in it also. We're just getting this to pull through right here. There we go. See how that just snapped right up there when I did that? And I use my other finger here just to straighten it around like that so I can pull it the rest of the way through and get that loop to go through. Yep. There we go. Normally I use the pliers if it gets too much, because it really does hurt your hands, the wire does. Like, you can actually cut your fingers from wire even if it's smooth. Okay, so we're going to take this back around this way. And we're just looping it all the way across and over all three braided wires right there. See how I did that and it pulled that side down? I'm going to turn it around this way. I'm going to come back. This time I'm going to come back through here so I catch the other side of the bead. Like that. There we go. And around the back like that. This one has a lot more of the yellow in it, whereas these have the yellow and the brown. But it's still Taggerite. It's just, you know, it's a real gemstone, so they don't all match. Okay. Then we're pulling this back here because I'm going to make it so it pulls down on that wire that's coming through. Just like that. And I'm holding it. Hey, Gemini Peace, thank you. You're awesome. I was wondering where you were tonight. I said, where's my Gemini? I did ask earlier. It's okay. Sometimes I don't make it to every live like I'm supposed to either. I try, but it doesn't always happen. So we're just weaving in some 4mm tagger eye into this copper bracelet that I made the last time, which was last week. And we did do a silver one too, Gemini, because I always show you when you come in. I can get that up here with a little charm on it, a little elephant charm. This is a braided silver one, also adjustable. So I thought it was cute with the elephant. And I'm working on, I'm likely going to have to add another. Now, believe it or not, folks, this was like almost 6 feet of 24 gauge copper. Hey, Brad, welcome in. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, everybody, don't forget to thumb up the live. Thank you so much for your support. I'm really happy to see you all here. Thank you, Gemini, for being here too. You awesome person. All right. Hey, Anna's still here. Good. I'm glad to see you here, Anna, still. Yeah, definitely need you guys here too. It's not a tale, and we really do count on the watch hours. That's why I try to do as much as I can for everybody. And if you have a 5 or 10 minute video, I watch it all the way through. I'm not fast forwarding it because you don't get the time for it, is what happens. I mean, you just like, they don't give the time. I'm using these needle nose wire pliers here to kind of bend that over. And as you can see, that's how you know when you're working with real gemstones too. This is not a lemon one like I talked about, but you can see the brown in it and the tagger eye. But look at the difference in each bead, how different they look because they are real gemstones. And that's tagger eye. It's just the color is darker on the back side instead of the front. And we're just going to keep pulling this out and over here on this bead to tighten it up. And the reason I was weaving these in between and doing it the way I did is so it would look more like they were actually woven into the wire that's here. See, and I need to tweak this a little bit right here so that it is pulled more down. There we go, just like that. That way it's like it was actually weaved into each link in between. And I'm still trying to get this one right here. There we go. I'm just turning it with the bent nose pliers here. I'm going to come up here. I'm going to come through the back of this part of the wire so I can grab that right there like that. I'm going to pull it some more. This one's actually hard to pull. It's hard to pull. So I want that loop to lay down. There we go. It laid down. We're going to turn this piece right here like that. I'm just going to press that down there. and pull this to me. Sorry, pulling that out of the way of the camera. We're just twisting that there. I'm going to smush that down right there. And by the way, don't think real gemstones can't crack, because they can. You're so nice, Jim. God, I'm like, oh Lord, I wish I could do this even better than what I'm doing it, but thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate the support and the kindness. Okay, that's not. And these are, by the way, these are 4mm tiger eyes. They're really small. They'd be even smaller if they were 2s. And I didn't want to do a 2 on this bracelet, because I want these to kind of stand out and pop. So we're just going to find the hole again in this bead as I get it back into the camera frame so you guys can see too. There we go. There's the hole right there, folks. If I can just get this to it. There we go. Right on. The last one didn't want to go through. The hole wasn't agreeing with the wire. Okay, so we're going to take this and hold it. I'm holding the bead there. I'm going to come back this way. And then I'm going to come through the bead again from this side. There we go, just like that. Well, push it back that way, hold that down, and use my bent nose pliers because it's getting tight, this wire now. There we go. Push that forward. And then we're going to pull this wire through all the way. There we go. Could you guys see that even tighten down as I pull it? And I'm really pulling on it. Hi, Timpy Chris. Welcome in. If you aren't already subbed, please sub. And if you do sub to my channel, make sure that you go and say something on one of the other ones and let me know, and leave a comment, and I'll make sure that I ditto that for you, because I always try to support everyone who supports me also. Trying to get this bead to push down on here like it's supposed to. Yeah. Whoops. Sorry, I dropped it. Of course. There we go. Sort of pulling the bead back. And then I'm going to push it over this way. And then I'm going to wrap it here. So it look like it's, look at that. Now that wrap was so tight, guys. Look what I did. I actually snapped the wire. It was so tight, that wrap. You're awesome, Timpy. Thank you. And make sure you comment somewhere, because it's not that I don't know, but sometimes I don't remember, and forgive me. Like, there's so many people, and I'm trying to keep up with everybody too. You guys are awesome. All of you. All of you are awesome. And Gemini's an artist too, folks. Go check her out if you haven't already. I'm just sort of trying to get these to go in some kind of a semblance of a straight line, but they're not. So, and we have a little problem here, Houston. There's a little bitty piece right there, and I'm going to use my round nose here and try to turn a little teeny weeny hoopy on here so that it does not come loose where that wire broke there. Can you see that piece sticking out? It's not big, it's just enough to annoy me. That's the problem about artistry and everything else, is the perfection kind of stuff that we can't actually achieve, but we try. Okay. I'm trying to get over here where I can get a hold of this. I can see it. There we go. And I'm just turning it that way. There we go. I don't want to do it too tight like I did the last one. I don't want it to snap. Wow. I'm just smushing that down there. See, I got a piece right there too. See that? See? And I did the round on that one, so it actually snapped twice. The money makers. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, these get a real workout. I stopped worrying about whether people saw, tarnish on my pliers and stuff. I'm like, come on. This is the working world of the artist and the creator. There's no such thing as that kind of perfection. And besides that, it proves I had them for a while, that I actually used them. Okay, I'm trying to get this. Okay. So I know I'm going to have to do a little loopy here too, because I can't actually pull that back through. It's too short. See that little teeny loop there? It's kind of hard to see, but it is there. Little teeny weeny loop. It's not really like, I don't know, I guess it is kind of a perfectionist thing, but also like when I wear something or I like it, I want the person to like it that's wearing it too, and I want it to be, I don't know, like I would expect it. And I always warranty my stuff too, by the way, folks. I give lifetime warranties with all my jewelry, unless you're putting your hands in battery acid or some kind of really bad, something that would actually cause any kind of metal to go wonky and rust or disintegrate because of it. Thanks, Gemini. I'm glad somebody could see it even after I did it. And there's another piece right here that we're going to catch and smush down, and I'm going to push that. I'm pushing that bead forward. There we go. There we go. One, two, three, four, five, and we got a little ways to go, folks, but we're going to get there, and it's going to be pretty. I promise you, it's going to be really pretty by having it that way. And I'm going to set it on here right this second because I got to have a sip of soda or tea, something. Here we go. I wish they'd let us play some music on here, for everybody. I feel so bad when I can't. Turn it this way, that way I can see it pretty much. I pull it up close. It's really pretty. Like I said, if you looked in my description, it said something like bohemian, which usually to me, bohemian is kind of hippie and funky and cool. Thank you. You're awesome. You guys are so awesome. Thank you, Gemini. Gemini and Timpy Glass and Launch and everybody, thank you for all your support and for being so kind, and Walk in the Rain too. Wherever she is, she was in here. And thank you, Anna. I really appreciate your support. And Rubberneck, #1, yay. Hey guys, don't forget to thumb up the live. It really does help with the algorithm. And sometimes I can't see it on my end, so I'm just telling you. And we're not even done, so pack yourselves in, get a snack. I should have told you, get a snack and a drink. If not, go grab it now. You know, I even thought about maybe copper and the baby tiger eyes on the earrings. The only problem is I don't have my... Now, I know jewelry makers know what this is, and most people do. I don't have my sulfur, which is like a gel, which will really patina these metals. And I also like using them on what? On pieces of silver, which really, I mean, it brings out the black and makes the quality of that piece look so much better. I gotta find it. It's in my stuff, folks. I am still unpacking stuff, and I've been here a year now. Yeah, thanks, Gemini. Yeah, tell them please, because I'll never find them, and I won't be able to like go back to them too and support them too, because I try to support everybody. And then if I miss you and I'm in minerals, then I'll catch you. I'll run out and catch you because I'm like, oh my Lord, I haven't, you know. I feel guilty because I feel that I have to support you too. That's how I am. Okay, so now we're going to get these beads again. I don't know where little Miss Thing went, but guys, she about did 3 nice deep craters of claws on my right leg and knee with her back toenails, and I tried to cut them, and she wasn't about it, and she usually lets me do it, so I don't know what she's going through right now or why. I'm now looking down on my floor because I need more of these beads. Yeah, Boss Kitty got me good. She got me good, folks. I'm telling you. It's not that she doesn't love me, but she got me good. Okay, here we go. Here's another one. Okay. You know what I should have thought about? I should have used, this by the way is real gemstone. They're coral. They're different shades of coil. I just think they're gorgeous. I should have put them in between these. Would have made it even prettier. So, but I didn't. So, I am looking, because I did drop a couple of my own beads myself earlier, and I will be finding them. If nothing else, the gemstones are worth the price that I asked for some of my stuff, because I put a lot of gemstones on my pieces usually, because I want everybody to be pleased and really like what they get. Yeah, she was a little bit of a bad girl, but she's so supportive and so loving the rest of the time. I can't complain. Okay, so now we're going to get some more of the copper 24 gauge wire. We're going to do about, usually what I do is I go from my hand, since anybody that's ever been in Vaughn's room knows she does both her arms and back, but I'm just doing one from my hand just above my elbow, almost into my armpit, which is about 5-6 feet, because you need that much when you're weaving. Use a lot more wire to weave. That's why you should always weave with a smaller wire, unless you are really good at weaving heavy duty wire. I'd say use the smallest weave wire you can go with, and because it takes quite a bit of it too, just to weave it. And all my wire is usually anti-tarnish. And here we go. And I've got 3 beads up here. 1, 2, 3. I'm guessing at distance because I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to find any more of my beads here that I need. They're all over. Oops. Come on off there. There we go. Sorry about that. Get you over here so you can see what I'm doing. Nitty wire twisting pliers. What do you mean? I'm not sure quite what you mean. I have baling pliers, and I actually have one of those things that'll actually twist the wire, but I do it all by hand because I wanted it to be more of a braid than just a twist, so I try to braid it. Hey, strength patient. Symbol's in the bushes again? Doesn't he know I want him here? Messing with you, Symbol. That's cool. Awesome. You can watch from the bushes. It's okay with me. So we're getting ready to thread this one. I'm trying to make it so you guys can see this. Hey, Brad. Welcome in, welcome in. We are wire weaving in on 24 gauge over. Now this, by the way, folks, this is 16 gauge, I believe. Don't let me tell. I don't want to be telling lies. Yes, it is 16 gauge bare copper wire. Yep. And it's not parawire, which I do a lot of parawire, and I do have parawire. I don't think it is. I think that's what I used. Yeah, I know it is. That's my 16 gauge. Whoa, did I dissipate for a second and come back, you guys? It said you are live now. I must have dropped for a second. Hey, folks, don't forget to thumb up the live while you're in here. I definitely need those thumbs up. Let's get me past this unlucky 13. And this is Parawire, premium tarnish resistant. And this is 18 gauge. And can you tell the difference between 18 and 16 gauge? Look at that. It almost looks like a weaving wire, doesn't it, compared to that 16 gauge wire? Oh, cool. What kind of dogs do you have? Oh, Gemini, why'd you retract your message? I know with you it can't be anything bad, so there you go. Okay, so like I said, there's a big difference. If you look at the 16 gauge versus the 18 gauge, that's why it was a little bit harder to weave that bracelet because I did it out of 16 gauge, but it's very sturdy and it's gonna last. The only way is to cut it, and then you'd have to use some heavy duty. So see the difference? This is 16 gauge. This is 18 gauge on this one. Look at the difference in those. Can really tell. And it's heavy too. It's very heavy. And this, of course, is 24 gauge. Thanks so much. I really appreciate that, Gemini. You're awesome. Thank you, everybody, for all the thumbs up and everything. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to thumb up the live. Just because you're a moderator doesn't mean you don't thumb up the live. Just like when I go in anyone else's room and I'm a mod, I always make sure I get the live thumbed up. Because it really helps. I don't know where people think that if you don't thumb up the live, it doesn't make a difference. It really makes a difference. And I believe, is there a heart and a 100 on the side of my live? Oh, they're beautiful then, Anna. You have two beautiful dogs. I love German Shepherds and I love Huskies. They're both beautiful. I'm a big animal person, and I've always had dogs and cats, but now I am with my lone kitty for right now. So we're going to push that around like that. Being that it's 24 gauge, it's usually pretty soft to work in your hands until it does starting to get difficult. And I'm moving this over and holding it away from that bead and pulling this back through this weave here, because I want it to be a little farther away because I only have like 1 or 2 beads left, and I've got to find some more beads, guys. Oops, and this thing just did a loop on me back here when I was pulling it. Look at that. It made the perfect loop. I don't need a loop. I need you to stay straight. It's almost like piano wire. Luckily, it's not real piano wire. We wouldn't have any fingers left as creators. Thanks, James, for all the support. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Gemini. All right. Yeah, everybody, please like, share, and subscribe. And we got some work cut out for us tonight, as we've got another set of earrings to do and a necklace. And I'm hoping that I'm going to find some more of my... I should have done a bead in between these beads instead of doing straight up tagger eye, but I always seem to do stuff like that because I love the tagger eye so much. So we're going to run this back through here. Like I said, it just makes it, when you do that, it just makes it tie it in. Oh, there we go. See it pop right through the other side there? Yeah, Anna's awesome too. She's amazing. Okay, so we're just sort of pulling this through. Kind of have to be careful. I don't know about you guys, but this wire will start kinking up and knotting up if you pull it too fast. And so, there we go. See how it kind of just went right there underneath the bead? All right, there we go. And then we're going to weave again. Weave in, weave out of your wire. Don't anybody do any weaving if you're driving. Don't anybody getting in trouble. Okay. I'm just pulling that down right there like that. It's sort of a fake way to make it look like you weaved in between each one, even though you don't, because of the way we're doing it. I'm just pulling that down there. I want that to go like this, folks. So we're gonna this time I'm going under, so I'm gonna flip this piece over because I'm trying to get it to do the coil around the edges. Thanks, James. Thanks, Gemini. Thanks, Anna. You're all amazing. You're all angels on the YT to me. All right, so we're just coming through this right here. That's how we make it look weaved. If you want, you can weave each wire, but it will be a lot more work and it will take a much longer time to do than even this. Thank you, Gemini. You're just so kind. Your words are amazing. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate it. And Patience, you need to go grab Simple Life out of the bushes and make him come thumb up my live. I have this on my end. I see 13. Actually, it's lucky 13, right? Not unlucky. Lucky 13. And we are weaving Tagger Eye 2mm beads into this braided copper bracelet that's adjustable to wear with these gemstones of Tagger Eye of 4mm. They're not 2. If they were 2, they'd be the size of a seed, folks. Just letting you know. So I know sometimes it's hard to tell when creators do stuff. Like you'll think, oh, that's really big. And then you'll see it later and you go, oh, those are really teeny. But they are 2mm, so they're not little. I mean, 4mm. Now I got myself saying 2mm. Not at all. They're 4mm Tagger Eye, folks. We're just pulling this tight as we can get it here. All right, and then we're going to swoosh, smoosh, and then I'll have to put it back on the ring. See how it's getting uncombobulated here? Okay, press down there. I'm going to pull this back this way so it'll tighten down on that. There we go. See, and then it tightens around there. You can just push that up just like that with your finger, or I can, but you can use pliers too if you need to. Is that your word, Gemini? Okay, let's get this around the ring mandrel again so we can get some shape back up on here. I'm going to try to pull that around this so it'll get its round shape back some. Wow. I like the wooden ring mandrel. Now you can get metal ones and they're much more expensive, but they're also really heavy. And this one I can pick it up with one hand. Uncombobulated. Yeah, there you go. Technical term, exactly. Let me see if I can get this. And I have to learn not to pull it that way and slide it up the bracelet mandrel. Okay, now that we got that, slide that off to there. I'm going to weave around. It's like you were going to weave, like weaving a basket almost, only we're doing a real open weave here because we want to make this as easy as possible to slide this back up on here. Do this a couple times. And you have to kind of turn the wire with your hand so it doesn't get all funky and messed up. And I use my fingers to guide the wire. If they're not being guided by the wire, it's actually being woven on. I don't know about that. It's just something I've done. I don't know if I do it perfect or not. I think I've got it pretty close, like a thumb in between. Should be about a thumb in between. See what I mean? A thumb in between, a thumbnail in between. It's about right. That's how I do it anyway. Okay, so we're going to pull this back down here. And we're pushing that up on there. I'm going to use the bent nose pliers to sort of squish this together again right here. And I may have to use my needle nose again here because they won't. Those are too thick on the tips to get in here where I need this to squish up together. In order for it to do that, these work better. Same thing. If you guys see little black fruit flies, it's because I still got them. Thanks so much, James. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Anna. You're amazing yourself. Thank you for all the encouragement, everyone. Thank you, Gemini. You guys are awesome. Trying to get that to squish together. And it may not. I may have to take it and push it this way. Same thing. See how those move too? That's why I said it looks like you beaded them into the wire, but they will move. So it is important to make sure you run that wire through the bead more than once, so they don't really slide up and down. You guys are amazing. Okay, so we need to get another bead on here. I got to get a sip of soda, folks. Sorry, I'm dying of thirst. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Thank you for the support. You are amazing, each and every one of you. We love you, Anna. There you go. Thank you, Stephen. You are so cool. Thank you. Welcome in. Oh, thank you for knocking me up into the 14 or 15 zone so I could get out of my lucky 13 groove. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Brad Palmer. Thank you, Stephen Pollock. Hey, everybody, these people are cool. If you don't know them, you need to hook up with them. They're other creators, other artists, and they're amazing. Everybody that comes into the lives where we all hang out, kind of, I know who's who. So that means what? Don't forget to hook up and shake hands. That's how we network. You're amazing, Anna. We love you too, very much. Okay, so I'm trying to get this to pull down some. You really can, believe me, do not take a chance. If this is too tight for you to pull, be careful. You really can cut yourself on wire. Yeah, we're all hanging out, man. We follow each other. We are the tribe. We are the Fire God's tribe. One day we're gonna all hook up at a campground or something and have a big art and jewelry festival and a cookout. I think that'd be cool. What do you guys think? Y'all just keep praying that I get my abundance really fast, because I really, really, really would like to go. I don't know if I'll get to or not, but I'm doing that positive vibe thing they tell you can do, because I want to be able to go to Dragon Con, take my jewelry and my art there. But it's rather expensive. Last time I heard it was $1,500 a table. And that's for the 4 days you're there. But I was told by a great creator, Vaughn, too, that as long as you make enough product, and she means jewelry and stuff, that make sure you make $2,000 or $3,000 worth so that you have it to sell. And that'll cover your expenses, hopefully. Yeah, cookout sounds good, doesn't it? A big bonfire. If we're not having it out in my area, then I guess we go to Mennel and have it in his yard because he's got a lot of wood to burn there. So we are taking this next bead, and I kind of showed you guys how to tell about how far each one's apart. Look, I use my little chubby thumb to work in between each one. That's how I know I have it spaced. It works. It's simple and it works. Okay, so we're going to, again, go back through the bead because we want everyone to think we worked tirelessly and endlessly if they don't see this, you know? And we actually weaved each one of these in here, and that's what it makes it look like it was woven into the bracelet. And it's actually just sitting on top of it. So now we're going to go through one more time to lock that bead in place through the same hole. A little bit hard here because I'm on the bottom here doing this through this side. Come on now. I was doing this fine earlier. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate all the thumbs up, all the support. You are amazing. We are wire weaving 4mm Tagger eye beads with copper wire 24 gauge onto a 16 gauge adjustable braided bracelet of copper. Did I already go through there twice? No. Oh, maybe I did. I did it so quick I didn't know I did it. It comes out of habit doing it automatically. You're amazing, Anna. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for all your support and everything else. I really appreciate it. You guys are the amazing Fire God crew. And you're also what? Moon worshippers, because I'm Organic Silver Moon Designs. So we just about have every element there is. Fire, metal, the moon, and we have stars too, because of my cat, Boss Kitty. So I don't say her name much. You're awesome, Anna. You're such an awesome person. You're so inspirational, always. Okay, so we're coming here and we're going to weave around. We're just looping this, by the way, which I've got to hold on to it and guide it with my fingers, or otherwise the loop's not going to work. You can take the time if you want and weave in between each one of these 3 wires, but it will take you quite a while. And you might want to do that off camera. Yeah, I have some blue around here somewhere, and I also have some lemon Tagger eye, which is gorgeous, and I have apple. Have you guys seen the apple Tagger eye? It's beautiful. Big Tagger eye and big labradorite person, and onyx. I love black onyx too. Yeah, there's actually an apple Tagger eye. It's gorgeous. It's a real kind of, I don't know, when you say apple, what color comes to mind? So it's a real deep kind of rouge with the gold through it. It's really pretty. So there's so many gemstones that people don't even know about. Someone will think, oh, that's probably fake. No, I promise you it's not. Because you'll know when you buy it. You can tell by the variations in the stones. And you can tell whether or not you have glass in your hands and a gemstone. There's a big difference. Okay, so now we got that there. And I'm coming back over here with a few wraps. because I don't like this. It looks uneven to me. There we go. Now I've got another tagger high here. We need about one. So I got to have a thumb here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm looking for 4, maybe 4 more pieces of tagger eye on this. Irradiated, huh? Wow. Okay. Well, no, there's really an apple tagger eye. And also, if I'd have thought about it, I would have used the jade and the tagger eye together here. But I didn't think about it. And it's a little harder to wrap these. These are real jade agate stone. And these actually are really beautiful. I would have maybe put a piece of this in between each one, which I think would have looked really pretty. So we may weave some of that on the silver one. What do you guys think? Thank you, everybody, for all your support and love. So does everybody think that possibly this would look really good with the silver one weaved into it? What do you think? We won't put as much because it is really a statement agate jade. So we will definitely put like 2, 4, maybe 4 to 6 pieces. Yeah, I think so too. So we'll try to finish this up and then we'll get on to that one with the square jade agate. Thank you, James. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I really appreciate it. I do. Yeah. You guys are amazing. I couldn't have a better crew in here cheering me on. But we definitely got to get together, have a cookout, big bonfire. I'm a vegan, so I have to bring my own hot dogs. You know that, right? So, but anything else pretty much I can eat, as long as it doesn't have any animal in it. Well, I'm glad you're happy. I'm glad you're with us tonight, Anna, here. You are amazing. Okay, so I'm going to use these again. Remember, these are smaller than the bent nose pliers, so I'm trying to get this kind of squished together here. There we go. See, and look, right there. See where I missed there? Got to come back over here and weave this in here. So we have that same chunky look going on with all of it. You'll bring rocks to life. Yeah, man, that's pretty vegan, man. We can make some rock soup, remember? Thanks, Stephen. I appreciate that. Hey, no problem. Look, guys, I used to eat meat too. I've only been a vegan about going on 35 years. So remember, I'm 64. That means 30 some years. What? I did not eat vegan. So, and I know how to cook because I say the only reason I know how to cook is because I ate meat. If I didn't eat meat, I wouldn't know how to cook. I wouldn't know how to season anything. I've fooled many a missionary thinking I had pork and everything else in my food till somebody tells on me, you know. See there? That's how you do it. And then we're going to do it here too where I missed a chunk. Sort of giving this wrap chunky look. Bohemian, like I said, bohemian. That means bohemian chunky hippie. We're all about that in here. The hippies and the moons and everything else. Of course, I can bring my own tofu. Uh-oh. So we're just getting this wrapped around here. And I'm going to, believe it or not, I'm going to have another piece of this. So that's 3 6s. That's what? 6, 12, 18 inches of 24 gauge. That's why I said you always need an ample amount or more of the wrap wire that you're using. I'm going to squish this together right here. There we go. I think the rest of these are okay. I'm going to smush that together. And then I'm going to actually take this and cut it because I'm not going to be able to pull it all the way around the other way. So I'm pulling it out this way, and I'm going to cut it and do a little round hoopy there so I can stop it. Okay, now I need... You guys are amazing. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for all the thumbs up. If you're not already subscribed, please make sure you do. And don't forget to like and share the live. Sorry for hitting the camera, folks. Where is my... Oh, here they are. I always keep laying these up behind me to the right of me, and then I forget where I put them. Anna, you're amazing. If you're tired, Anna, you know, because I don't want you to be worn out and not, you know, think about your health and make sure you get plenty of rest and stuff, because I know how I am. Okay, so I'm clipping this right here. And then we're going to take the round nose pliers and hoop that. You're sweet, Anna. Thank you so much for your support and all your love and kindness. Okay, so we're going to get this right here on the tip. I can barely see the wire, and I'm looking directly at it, but I look through the camera to see if I can see my wire. Because we want to make this a little round hoop here because we don't want it to poke anyone if they're wearing it. We're just going to turn that and release it and then turn it again. Same thing. See that little hoop there in the back? And then we'll push it down and smoosh it, as I call it. Push it down and smoosh it. Okay. And grab this little hoop that's here. Make sure it's turned round, because like I said, I don't want anybody getting a pokey bit in their arm or anything, or their wrist. That would feel awful. A little more round here. There we go. Come back to this side. See there? Look at that. I knew that. I knew that. Wrap it around again. And we're going to smush it down. Use the nylon pliers so I don't hurt any of the beads. You can break gemstones, folks. Don't think you can't. I'm happy you're here too, Anna. You're amazing. Yes, God bless you. Okay, so I'm going to, there's still a little piece right here, and there's just no darn way that I can do anything except cut it as close as possible so it's right down on the bracelet. Yep, and it won't get anybody because it's on the outside. All right, now we got to have about 6 more feet of this stuff. In a second, I gotta have a sip of soda again. You guys are doing good. Does everybody have snacks, popcorn, drinks? because we're throwing a party here tonight in the jewelry room. You guys are amazing. Thank you for all the thumbs up. Thank you for hanging out, because the longer you stay with me, the watch time goes up, and I'm really working on that too. I don't know if anybody's seen, like, I had a 2-part on these, but it's back when I was doing 4-in-1 and 3-in-1, and I use these giant rings to teach people. There's 2 rings on each side and 1 in the center, and then you use a spacer one and start again. And this is chainmail that I was teaching people. It's in some of my older videos if you haven't seen it. You're right. She is amazing, James. She's an awesome person. Okay, so we're going to get another tiger eye here. I really, really, really wish I had put these in between. I think they would have looked really good, the coral. Did you know at one time, the coral beads and stuff, you couldn't, like, buy them? They kind of outlawed them, and then they came back in, and nobody said a word. Isn't that something? I don't know what the thing is. It's a coral, which means it's a shell. So real coral in the ocean doesn't get that hard. I know my mother was a big one for collecting it and drying it out. You're amazing, Anna. Okay, so let me get the 24 gauge here. And I'm going to have to peek down on my floor and pray that I got at least 3 more pieces of this. This is a 24 gauge copper. And I'm doing like an arm's length above to my shoulder. It's about 6 foot, I believe, is correct. And you use a lot of it because you're weaving it. You use more wire than you normally would. So always use double of whatever you think you need. Don't be like me and have to do more than 1 wire. But it's hard sometimes, too, to weave with 1 continuous wire, too. Just letting you know. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here while we go through the weaving of 4mm tiger eye onto a adjustable braided copper bracelet. The copper bracelet I made in my last week's live. I believe it was Thursday. It was either Thursday or Friday. Can anybody remember that was here? Because I can't remember what day it was. Okay, so we're bringing this back through here. And we're weaving it over. See how I'm actually just pulling that over the top of it? I'm not actually weaving it into the bracelet. But we're going to make it look like I did. There we go. I'm going to come back around again, just like a sewing stitch. I'm going to run through this end of the bead right here. I'm going to get through that hole there. Did I make it? Nope. Hold on. That's where it gets tricky, because I have a piece, a tail here, as I call it, on this end. And we're going to run this through the hole again. There we go. Went right in there. Perfect. Right on. Thank you. I only see 15, but remember, I can't see it. Like, I don't know what it is. We never get to really see the likes correctly when they're the creator. Does everybody else have that issue? Okay, so we're pulling this through. There we go. There's my thumb link there. I guess I'm going to, hold on, this has got to be tighter. There we go. And we're pulling that there. I make sure it's a thumb link. And around. And then I'm going to do it on this side. Make sure it's a thumb space. That's how I do it. That's how I space them. I use my thumb in between. Thank you for all the likes. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. I'm holding that down there as I pull this around again. Sorry, my finger's in the way. It's the only way I can hold these beads. They're kind of small, 4 millimeters small. Thank you, Anna. Thank you so much. You're amazing yourself. We're getting there. We're getting there. And I'm going to take these, the needle nose here, because you see how I have that piece of wire right there kind of to the side. I want to twist that so it goes down like this. Whoa. And then we'll kind of squish it right there. I'm going to smush that again, and then I'll do a couple more wraps on the other side. That way we get it where it looks like it's braided into the bracelet. There we go. Hopefully it's going to lay down in a minute. Thanks, James. You're amazing too. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for all the support, everybody, and all your kind remarks. I really appreciate it. It really helps to inspire me to do more, like I've got my torch, folks. I need to find a couple other tools that I have so that I can cut the silver and the copper that I have, sheets of it, in order to create some really gorgeous rings and bracelets that are solid, not braided. It'd be solid pieces of copper. Try not to hit the phone here and the camera. Thank you, everybody, for being here while I go through weaving these 4 millimeter tagger eyes into this adjustable copper bracelet. Do you see me make that little loop underneath there? That's so it'll sort of stay sitting there. That one's a little more poignant out, and I want it to go down further. Let's see if I can get it to go down further. Let me try. There we go, just with a bend like that. I may have to, there we go. There we go. I think I got it. I think I have it. I think I have it. Oops, these are getting in the way while I'm trying to pull this coil around here and make the coil also. It is a Bohemian chunky copper bracelet. Now I am going to search a second, folks. Give me just a second while I search for a couple more of my tagger eye. I don't think I have any small ones in here. See, little lover there, my kitty, boss kitty, really knocked those beads out to the next millennium. Nope, that's not them. This was another pretty piece, I thought, and I made this out of the 2-part resin and mica powder. Does everybody remember that? I thought it was really gorgeous. And we drilled a hole in it. Yeah, I thought it came out really nice. Okay, let's see if it'll go up here. It's not going to go up there. Okay. I was trying to hang it where it would be out. Wait a minute. I do have something I can do. Trying to see if, while I'm behind the scenes here, trying to get this to pull around here. So it won't fall off. There we go. I thought that was really pretty. The moon. Thanks, James. Thank you, everybody, for your support. We are now in search of, I need at least, let's see, 1, 2. I'm thinking I need 3 more tagger eyes. 3 more tagger eyes. Oh, and here's a piece that I did of Mental Raccoons that he loved, because I did it in a square wire. And these, he said, were throwaway beads. I'm like, no, they don't look like throwaway beads to me. So this will get a silver chain. Got our wire wrapped in square wire. So I am now hunt and peck searching for some more 4mm tagger eye. And we can thank Boss Kitty for losing all my tagger eye on me. Trying to see if I've got any up here in these drawers also is where I'm looking. I'm not sure. I need to open up my space to the other part of my table because I'm really crowded here. Nope. I know I have some more. And I thought these were gorgeous too, guys. Check these out. These are some of my faux turquoise I did out of polymer clay and resin. I thought they came out really pretty. And here's some actual solid pieces of resin that I have done. And I'll always tell you if something's not a real gemstone. These are solid pieces of resin that I did. I thought they were pretty. That's the back of it. But I thought that was gorgeous. It came out gorgeous. And that's what those mica powders, folks. Thank you so much, Anna. You're so sweet. Yeah, and then these actually are I used these in different mold settings. And these have the same thing. Look how different the green looks. Sorry about my old arm in the way. Look at the difference in the swirl and how these look. And they're exactly the same thing. But it turned out differently because of the style of the cabochon, which I thought they were pretty. I call it sort of looks like a mint to me, a mint color. And look at this one. This one's from when I made the moon. And let's see. I'm just showing off some of these little pieces because I just thought they were so pretty. And there's another one, the green, that I thought was pretty. And this is a real piece of mother of pearl in white, and they actually colored some of them, but this is a real thing. This is a real mother of pearl shell moon. And this is manganese with gold and that. Turquoise manganese, which means it's not real turquoise, it's manganese, but it is still a gemstone. I like it too. I'm going to try and find those stones, folks. I was just trying to give you guys some insight on some other things that I had created. I just need 3 more of them. So everybody chant, we need 3 4mm tagger eyes. I hope I can find them. because they're down here on the floor somewhere. Okay, I'm going to lay that back over there so it shows still while I look for those. We're almost there. So, Bohemian there. Yeah, exactly. Give me a second, folks. I got to actually go under my desk because that's where she knocked everything. Yeah. Wow. Here's a big one. That's a 6mm. That's not going to work. I need 4mm. Okay. Do I have any in here? No. I'm looking. I am looking. There's no faking Tagger-eye. I'm going to tell you that right now. If you're using Tagger-eye, you know what it looks like. I'm going to slide you guys over this way so I can get under my desk. Lord. Okay. Look at that. That's a 6, guys. Look at the difference in a 6, like depending on the stone. This is an amethyst. That is a 6, and that amethyst or a 4. Nope, that's a 6. And this is a 6 also, not an 8. Okay, still looking. Oh my Lord. I need more Tagger-eye, baby Tagger-eyes. And you know what? They're all the way on the other side of my desk, folks. So I'm going to walk around and see if I can get them. I see them. They are here. Then I'll have to order more because I won't have any more. Oh, look. We got to look. Okay, let's see if I can do this without me in the picture. Say hello, Boss Kitty. Say hi to everybody. Say hi. Say hello. Say nice to see you guys. No. See, she thinks that means it's okay to get up in my lap. Could you guys see her? Here. Look. Say hello, Boss Kitty. Come on. Say hello. Say hello to everybody in the room. Say hi. I'm here. What can I do? What can I destroy possibly? Or help reorganize? Yeah. See, she's giving you all kisses and hugs. She's rubbing her head on the phone. Okay, get down. Now I got to turn it back so I can go get my beads, guys. She sends her love to each and every one of you. She's a good baby girl, considering all the stuff that she can get into in this room, and she does not. Thank God. Knock on my fake compressed desk wood. Okay, now I've got to walk around my desk and a long table to get on the other side so that I can get those beads. Well, pray I can bend over and get them and not fall on my head. Oh, my Lord. Okay. I see them. I know that's what they are because she knocked them over here. So I know it's my Tagger-eye, my 4mm Tagger-eye over here. Oh, my Lord. There's one. It's a big one. That's a big one. Oh. There's table shaking, I'm sorry, or the desk. 3. Okay. Is that another one? They're so small, they're hard to see over here. Yeah. That's not one, but it looked like one. Okay. Whoa. I'm almost back, folks. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Try not to break my neck getting them. Woo. That's why I usually try to keep all the little beads in a cup, because they will disappear. Especially when you got a zealous kitty who wants to rearrange everything. Okay. I can't carry my other tools on the other end right now. They're too heavy for me. You know you're getting old. But I have 3 of these, and you guys haven't seen anything yet. So this is just my warm-up. I have asthma and emphysema. So I have 3 of these. I told you I'm a real artist. I have 3 different airbrushes, and we're going to be working with those 2 in the future. So, okay. Whew. I'm back. And look, remember how I told you they dyed these? And they're mother of pearl? Look at that. You can see the natural from the shell. Isn't that something? So, let's see what I got going on here. All right. I found 2 more of the small beads. I think it might be enough. Okay. All right. I'll put that one in there because I don't want to lose it. And then we're going to pull this down. Thank you. Yeah, I love to airbrush. It's a lot of fun. And I do it with some of my metalwork, some of my leather work. See, guys, I wasn't always a vegan. So I actually do have real leather. Okay. So we're getting ready to put another bead on here. I'm hoping this thumb will get me to there. I think I might be able to make it with these last 2 beads. Thank goodness. There we go, right on there. Pull it down and around. Right there. Let's see, I should have a thumb there. Yep, that's about a thumb's length. And we're just wrapping this. And I'm going to go through the bead twice, remember, to lock that bead in so it doesn't slide. There we go. Did I make it through there? Wait a minute. Nope, I didn't. I've got to get in here into the hole where that is. There we go. There we go. Now we got it. Thank you, Timpy. Thank you, Gemini. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Anna. All the people in here are amazing. So if you aren't hooked up, get hooked up. And if you aren't hooked up with me yet, get hooked up. Just trying to pull that down right there. I can use these pliers right here to draw this piece of wire down so it's more on the bracelet. And this is a 16 gauge copper adjustable bracelet with 4mm genuine dagger eye stones. And we're just doing a coil around each stone. Wow. And we've already got the double there, so that's done. And then we're pulling it over here with a few wraps. There we go, just like that. Hey, Will Hat, welcome in. I can't see him. You can see him? Thank you, Will Hat. You know, Will Hat told me, he said, oh, just go and take a nap, Lydia. And I said, well, if I do, I might not wake up. And so I did it, and I didn't wake up. I'm so sorry, Will Hat. Welcome in, my friend. Welcome in. Thank you for all the thumbs up. Don't forget to thumb up and like the live. It really helps with the algorithm and everything else. So we're working on this bracelet with dagger eye, wire wrapped. And the reason we go through them twice is to make them look like they're weaved in here. And this is sort of a bohemian, funky, hippie, chunky bracelet with dagger eyes. And I'm probably going to have to add one more piece of this wire. I can't believe it. Yeah, Will Hat's from Sydney. How come I don't see him on my screen, Gemini? What is going on? I miss him coming in. I didn't mean to do that. Scroll back. That's what I was trying to do. I did not mean to miss him. I must have been wrapping that wire, not looking. How far back? Anyway, Will Hat, I love you wherever you are in the room. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I always welcome him in when he comes in, but that's why we have mods too, and he's a mod too, but you guys know, welcome in. Again, I'm so sorry, Will Hat. Welcome in, buddy. I'm so glad to have you here. He's an amazing artist too, by the way, folks. You need to go check him out. 2:30, 3:30 in the morning for us here on the East Coast and the West Coast. And he is in Sydney. He's an amazing tangle and doodle artist. I'm taking a break and getting a drink of my soda. Thank you. Thank you for welcoming in, everybody. Oh my goodness, I feel bad. He's such a good guy. I mean, come on, he supports me. I do my best to support him. He has amazing art, folks. I kid you not. I love his work. He does a lot of tangle and doodles, and they look really cool. They're like three-dimensional. Oh, you know what? Oh, let's don't lose that bead. I need to wrap this around here completely so that I have a thumb link. And then I'm going to smush that down. Hey, Will Hat, I'm so glad you're here. I'm so sorry I didn't welcome you in, my dear friend. That's not like me. But Gemini said I was probably busy and I missed you coming in, which is probably the truth. Hey guys, don't forget to thumb up the live and like it. I can't see on my end. I'm like Willhead is. I'll tell him one thing and he'll see something different. Yeah, he's amazing, isn't he, Gemini? He is amazing. Okay, so we're going to get another piece of wire about 6 foot again, just for one bead, folks, from the end of my hand up to my shoulder. 24 gauge copper wire. Yeah, see, I can't see it on my side. That's nothing unusual. I know, because I've been in Will Hats, and I'll tell him what it is, and it'll be something different than he sees. Why, I don't know. I do not know how they do that. I'm using this to straighten out this 24 gauge 6 foot of this mess just to wrap one bead, folks. But that's how you do it. Okay, now I'm trying to find my cutters again. Here they are. Whoops. Those are the chain link nose wire. And these are the cutters that I use because they give it a nice smooth. You see, like, if you don't notice, look at the end of this wire. Can you guys see that it's cut perfectly straight? And it's not, in fact, I can show you. Hold on. So you really know. And that's the difference in these cutters and a regular pair of cutters. So on this piece here, I take the 16 gauge and you cut it right about there like that. See, you get a perfect, round, even cut. And you can see that on the 16 gauge. That's what I'm getting with those cutters. Right, they're flush cutters. You got it, Tempe. You know what you're talking about. Right on, man. I couldn't even think. I know what they are because there are different styles of cutters, and you won't get that cut unless you have flush cutters. Okay, so now we're going to take, I'm praying that this is going to be enough, this last bead here, to finish up this adjustable copper braided bracelet. I'm going to go through the bead here, find the hole. There we go. How about that? Then we're going to go right here, thumb in between, right there. I may have to make this one work as the last bead because we don't know where any more are, and I don't know if I can even find them if I could. Okay. We're just going to weave this back in here. Sorry, I didn't mean to get out of the camera's face. We're weaving 4mm tagger eyes onto a funky bohemian bracelet. Wow. Thing is, when you got this much wire, you really got to pull it around to get it where you want it to be. There we go. I'm just weaving that around it. Like that. I really need one more bead, but I think we're going to have to go shy of the one more bead, unfortunately. You're amazing, Gemini. Thank you so much for your support and being here. And everybody here is awesome, too, including you, Gemini. All right, so we're going to go back through the bead just like we did before. And the reason for that is to make it look like it's actually weaved into the wire, which sort of gives it that illusion that you weaved it in between. Wow, there we go, there we go. Got it, got it. I just sort of hold the bead because if you don't, it won't sit where you want it. I'm just going to pull this over with this. Pull that back here like this. I'm just sort of doing a twist there. And then we're going to pull in tightly here. I'll do the same thing I did before if you didn't notice. And I pull that wire around this way underneath the bead like that. And it catches it. It's around, over, twice, and then a weave around. Right on. You got it, Gemini. That is the truth. Gemini has a cool art channel too. She's also, or I don't know, are you a retired teacher or are you still teaching besides on YouTube? Gemini. We're just doing this weave again. So we kind of get that going on here. I'm hoping, if I don't find it tonight, I'm going to try to see if I can find one more bead for this. When I go to, I'm going to go and make it smaller around with my hands to see if that'll help. I got you. So Gemini's a retired school teacher, but she's also an amazing artist. Go check her out if you haven't already. Oh. Come on now. There we go. Crunch together, crunch down, as I call it. And get right in there too, right in between there. The detail, right? When they say devil's in the details. There we go. And then I'm pulling it around, hooping it around this bead again. I'm going over, pulling it back this way. There we go, and we're going to smush that down. There we go, another 4mm tagger eye, and I'm going to put it on here and squish it around it so I can get it round again, as round as possible, because now it has the beads on it too. So just using the inside of my hand and kind of press down so I don't undo the work that we did. Whoops. Not too bad. I think it's really pretty. I think it turned out really well. I just wanted one more bead there, but I don't have it. So I will be looking and search for that one more bead so it's closer to the end of the bracelet. Night, Brad. Thank you so much. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the support and being here. Awesome, awesome. Everybody check out Brad too and his channel. So I don't think it's too bad looking. I like it. It's funky bohemian. And you can adjust it if it's too big. But I don't like putting clasp on them unless you have to, because that way it keeps it where what? It's still pliable to your wrist, whatever size. You lose weight or gain it. All right. So does everybody like that? I hope so. I think it's pretty. It's a little funky bohemian, like I said. It's almost identical to the size of the silver bracelet. That's why it keeps sliding down there. But I think it's pretty. I think it came out really pretty. And the beads really help. Yeah, that's what I said. It's a chunky bohemian hippie bracelet. Exactly what I said, Will. You got it. Yeah. Okay. Now, this is the silver weave one I did, and I put the little elephant there. And it's going to take silver wire to weave this one. Probably when I finish this one, we'll call it a night because I know everybody's tired. Everybody's been here with me for over 300 minutes, and we all know what that means, don't we? I like chunky, as you can tell. Okay. Now, we talked about this a minute ago, everybody, and agreed. Oh, I know. I said to use the square beads, right? But then again, these would be gorgeous too. What do you guys think? These are Lapidus spikes. Everybody let me know. Do you want Lapidus spikes, just put LP, or jade, the jade squares, the agate jade squares? Okay, got one for spikes, Lapidus spikes. You guys are awesome. I could do a little survey, but it was just as easy just to ask you. All right, yeah, so we're going to actually weave these into this bracelet. And we're going to use silver wire now. These beads, I bought them 2 or 3 years ago, maybe longer. I have no idea what they sell for now. They weren't cheap when I got them, so I would imagine they're not any cheaper. They weren't super expensive. You're not looking at $100 worth of beads. Wow. Thanks, Wilhat. Okay, so let's see here. I need my silver wire. And I want, so what size is this? Oops, got yellow clay on it. Everything has clay on it. I'm looking for my really thin silver wire. This will work, but it's a little more tough because it is 18 gauge. And I don't want to incorporate copper, but I could, because if I incorporate the copper, I could incorporate these beads, which are really pretty. These are copper beads. They're from Fire Mountain Gems, made in China. Everything's made in China, isn't it? Steel round 4mm. And they're green. They're actually, well, copper's green. It's green. They're green. But we need blue. We need blue, blue, blue. Okay. I'm still looking, guys. Give me a chance. Sorry. It's taking me a minute here digging through my stuff. And by the way, all my stones like this, just to let you know, these are all real crystals. They are not glass, okay? So the ones that are glass, I will tell you. So I try not to have any deception in what I make. You know what? Where did I get this wire from? Because I know this is not my 18 gauge wire. Where is it? Oh, where is it? This is what I get for having a cat that knocks everything over. I'm now straightening this out. We're going to try and weave. These are my nylon pliers to straighten this out. I'm going to try and weave these in between with this piece. Whoa, sorry about that. All the noise. Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you do that. So I can make sure that I get back to you too while you're supporting me here in my live. Okay. Now, where on earth did I get this from? You guys were in here the last time. Let me see. Oh, you know what? I think I found it buried under my other one. Here we go. 20 gauge. This is 20 gauge. And the other one we were using was 24 gauge, even smaller. And I'll show you the difference so you know. Because not everybody knows. They'll look at it and they don't know. It's just a small wire. It could be 18, could be 22. But there's a big difference. The higher the number, the smaller the wire usually. See, this one is 20 gauge. This one is 24. Look at the difference in these two wires. I know it's hard to tell, but honestly, this silver wire is much bigger than the copper wire of 24 gauge. Good, I found it, and it's Parawire silver, and it's anti-tarnish. We're going to use this piece here to start our weave, and I've got to undo some of these, and I'm going to pull out a tray, because if I don't, Boss Kitty will have these everywhere if she can play with it. She steals rings too, by the way. I had to put away my expensive rings that I made because she takes those and runs with them like a huntress. So we're going to cut the end off of this to get these off of here. Whoops. Move that out of the way. And these are Lapidus spikes, which I think they're pretty. And I really like them. They actually could make some real tribal type of jewelry too. And they're all different types of shades, so, and they're all different sizes, so I'm going to try to match them up when I put them on. Thanks for your patience, folks, while I get the Lapidus strung off into the tray here. You know what, guys? To be honest with you, I think I may have bought this off of, now that I remember, this one wasn't overseas. I bought it from Fire Mountain Gems. It was not cheap. Yeah, she is, definitely. Definitely, Gemini. She is a ring thief. Because one day I'm like, what are you doing? I thought she was like in some kind of hunt mode and she got a piece of my wire, but it wasn't. She had stolen my rings. So now they're all in a ring tray where she can't drag them off. Okay, so we have all kinds of color variations going on here because these are real gemstones and they are real Lapidus. And trying to see, we want them to elevate the piece but not take it over. So, and they seem to have really a lot of different shade variations from green to blue, so I'm going to really have to look. Can you guys see the green to blue? Look at this. See there? And it's all Lapidus and natural. So we want to get as many blue pieces as we can. I'm pulling them out here so I can sort through them. Okay. It's amazing what a variation in color that you get when you have natural stones. And a lot of people don't realize that, but it's the way it came out of the earth, you know? Just like with labradorite, everybody knows that it's the same way. Like these are all labradorite in here, and I love these. I think they're beautiful. trying to turn them so you guys can get the flash on them, the green and blue. We'll be doing some of those later. So in the meantime, I'm trying to get as many blues as I can out here, and then I'm going to sort them back and forth. Okay, that's a blue one. That's a blue one. That's a blue one. Green, green, green. I think that's blue too. If you see it different than me and think it's not a blue, let me know. I'm doing these right here are the ones I'm lining up that I think are all blue. Thank you, Tempe. You're so awesome. Thank you. So this is a blue too. Now this piece here will make a nice necklace, believe it or not, with some other stones. So we kind of want to, that one's a blue. I'm going to try to match sizes, but it's not going to be that easy because they're all different sizes. I think so too. I really do, Rubberneck. They're going to go really well with the silver. Thank you, Anna. You are amazing too. Thank you for being here. Okay, so now we're going to pull this up here. We're going to take off the bracelet with the elephant. And we're going to start the weave. Start the weave. I got to move that out of my way. And I'm going to start this time from the back and go to the middle. I'm hoping that's going to be a good thing. And if you notice, I'm trying to get up a little ways on the bracelet away from that hoop in the back. So we just want to come up a little ways. Don't want to be right on the back. Come on now. Get in there. This is really tightly woven. There we go. I got it. Phew. I did not think it was going to go in. Yeah, I think they're going to be beautiful. I really do. I think they're going to go really well. We're going to come through with quite a bit of this silver. So I got a big tail on this other end because we're going to pull that Lapidus bead back. We've got about 6 feet of this stuff here. So we're really going out there with this, way off. Let me see if I can get y'all back far enough so you can see how much wire is going to the left. Quite a bit. Quite a bit, quite a bit. So we're going to take this piece and start the little wrap here, just like we do with the other, only we're doing silver. Let's see if I can do this. Sorry for shaking the camera all over. Trying to make it so you guys can see it, but sometimes it focuses on your hands and not on the piece. I love all the little emojis. They're so cute. Okay, so we're going to pull this piece around right here. Sorry if it's blurring up. So we are now doing the anti-tarnish parawire silver braided bracelet, and we are going to be adding, with the little elephant charm to this adjustable bracelet, we're going to be adding Lapidus spear beads, as I call them. I think that's the correct terminology. They are spears. I don't want anybody to think I'm lying to them, because I'm not. And we're just going to wrap around here and around here again. And pull that as tight as I can. And then, since we're towards the back, we'll go large to small if possible. So I'll put the larger bead towards the back. We've got to bring this side up. Sorry, let me pull this back some so you can see. I'm going to take this and run it through that hole there, just like that. And all these are like, I mean, they're natural beads, so they're going to look different. They're going to lay different, but they will be pretty. I really think they'll be pretty. So we're going to pull that down here, making sure my elephant's in the same direction because I don't want to lose that. And here's what I'm doing. I'm actually wrapping around the bead, see there? So to have some wire wrap here too as it's being added onto the bracelet. And then I'm going to twist this so it will kind of lock it in place like that. Ow, let me get these. Where is my... So I can smush this down with the nylon pliers. And then smush it there, smush it there. Do a smushy here, a smushy there. I'm going to pull this all the way back. As you can see, I'm having to pull way out. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, Melik. Thank you for coming in. Don't forget to thumb up the live and like it. I really appreciate all your support. If you're not already subscribed, please do. More amazing stuff coming. We are wrapping an anti-tarnish silver bracelet with a elephant's head up. Stainless steel, by the way, the elephant is. And then we're going to come around this. These are Lapidus spear beads. They are a real gemstone, and they are not a cheap gemstone by any means. Okay, now I'm just pulling that around there that way. Pulling it through just like a weave. Sorry, I keep bumping the camera and the phone. I'm sorry. It's hard because I'm really close up trying to make sure you guys can see. Hey, Melik, welcome in. She's awesome too, guys. Go see her. She draws and she teaches. She's amazing. Don't forget to support her. Everybody, remember to thumb up the live while you're in here. It really does help. Thank you so much for all your support. I'm so happy to see you. Yep, Lapidus spear beads on silver. And then we're going to... I decided to put the larger beads towards the back, which I think is the best way to do it. And as we go up, we'll put the smaller beads up. Trying to be careful because these really can break. Even though they're gemstones, they can break, folks. Don't think you can't break a gemstone because you can. Just trying to pull this down. A little bit harder to wrap these than I thought it would be, but that's okay. We got it. We got it. I'm going to pull around this way. Because I need to get this going a little bit. Remember what I said about thumb in between? Thumb in between. And I will smush that down so it'll sit straight. Not to worry. We're going to get another bead. So this one's about this size. Are we on the same path here, or let's see here. As we go up, we're going to try and go smaller. There we go. I'm going to go through this one. Whoops. Sorry, I'm trying to stay in the camera line. Whoa, where's the hole? Is it on this end? There it is. I knew it was here somewhere. There we go. Whoa. And we're just kind of like, it's just like pulling it down on a weave, the wire. There we go. And then we're going to pull this one back. Oops, sorry guys, I'm trying to show you, not get out of the camera. So sorry. Okay. These are a little bit harder than the round gemstones to try to wrap them. Whoops. I got to turn it that way. There we go. Thank you for all the thumbs up. I really appreciate it. All the likes. Thank you for all the support. Everybody in here, they're all awesome creators, and we all support each other. There we go. Whoops, I'm just knocking stuff off while I'm wrapping these. I'll hear a big boom. Something fell off. I don't know what it is. Oh, it's some of my other gemstones, the bigger cabochons. Thank you, Anna. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. You're amazing. Okay, so now I'm going to use these and kind of push this wire up on this bead here. And these are Lapidus spear beads. And we're kind of going for that bohemian, chunky, tribal look on both of these. I'm going to push that down there, push that back, right there. You don't have to put a wrap around each bead. You can just go through it and then weave it. It's up to you. I just thought it looks nicer. Oops. Kind of have to hold that in place so it doesn't move, but so I can get it tightened down on here. And then I'm going to go around it this way, well, back this way this time, and underneath and back. There we go. Thumb, thumb. Wow. There we go. We're going to take these and squish this together. Guys are all amazing. Anna, Gemini, Will Hat, Timu. I hope I say his name right. Oh my goodness, or hers. Gemini, Walk in the Rain. All you awesome supporters. So when this one goes on, it'll have to be flattened more in order for these stones to lay down more. If you see what I'm talking about. Because other than hanging them with jump rings, which would really be, I mean, really hard to hang each one of these with a jump ring. Because it would have to be a wire and then a jump ring. Just squishing that up together. There we go, just like that. There we go. Okay, so that's a thumb again. That's how my rule of gauge goes, a thumb. And this is a blue one. You just got to make sure it's more blue than green. Of course, I'm going to knock beads all over because I didn't put them back in the thing. So I'm going to throw them in there so I don't lose any more because I can pick out the blue ones. I can tell. That one's green. Okay. Oops, sorry. I pulled that all the way down on there just like this. Just like that. And then we turn it like this. The wire's stiff enough you can turn this bead around. And you're just going to pull it back again. Wrap it around there like a funky coil. I'm going to take this and twist it right here on the top. I'm trying not to blur it out, but I can't help it if it does, so please forgive me. There we go. Yeah, you guys are all amazing artists. Rubberneck, Will Hat, Anna, Gemini, Launch. I don't know. Launch's puppy was sick, so I don't know if he's still in here or if he had to leave. I hope she's going to be all right. She's amazing. Her name is Teary. Oops, I was getting out of the screen again. I'm so sorry. And we are wrapping a anti-tarnish silver bracelet with, this is a braided bracelet also, and it's adjustable, which means it can fit different size wrist. I mean, you could probably even get away with making this a 12. If you had to stretch it, it would still fit. So anywhere from 8 and up, with the elephant with the good luck chunk up. And we are putting on Lapidus spear beads on here. Sort of a funky bohemian, hippie kind of thing groove we got going on tonight with the beads. And then I usually take this, because we're gonna mash these back down. But see, I think that looks pretty if you do each bead where it's wrapped like that. What do you guys think? Yeah, there's some amazing artists in here. Absolutely. Okay, so we wrap that around there, around that, the silver braided, and these are Lapidus spears that we are adding to this bohemian bracelet. So that's what I call it, a bohemian hippie bracelet, chunky. And we're going to pull this through here and back up here. And I'm going to have to get another piece of 6-foot wire just for the next bead. Wow. I'm just taking this and pulling it around like that. And then I'm going to take the round nose pliers and do another little teeny swirl and lock it in place. Okay. Oops, where is it? Oh, there they are. The round nose, the little round nose. We're just taking that and grabbing that right there like that. We're going to make like a little teeny loopy. Because that's about all I can make is a little teeny loopy. And then we're going to smoosh it on there so it locks in place. Yep, and you can do it with the same pliers, so no fears. And that way that loopy will not catch on anyone's arm and scratch them. I think this looks really pretty. What do you guys think? We're getting there. All right, and I gotta have a soda break, So if anyone needs to run, go to the bathroom, grab a soda, some popcorn while we get through this second bracelet. And this one is the silver braided bracelet. And we are adding Lapidus spike beads or tear beads, however you want to call it. I always call them a spike bead. Thanks for being here, Malik. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for the thumbs up. I can't see them on my end, so I can't see half the time when someone thumbs up. I don't know what that's all about in YouTube, but it was happening to Will Hat, too, about the thumbs up. He wasn't seeing them all. But I appreciate all the support. And I just think these are gorgeous. This is going to be gorgeous. This would be nice with a necklace, too. That's why I said kind of bohemian tribal looking. Nowadays, tribe means a whole lot different than it did way back when. Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much, guys, for all these thumbs up. You are amazing. Thank you for the support. What do you guys think of this? Do you like this or not? We're going to go all the way up to here, and then we're going to start on the other side and come around. Oh, wow. See, you see 17, I see 16. It's all in them and how they post it. We're just on my end, you know? And it could be I just can't see it on my end. Thanks, Will Hut. Thank you so much. Let me take a sip of soda, and then we'll finish this up. We'll finish this side, and then we'll start the other side and come from the back again with the larger beads. We'll also make sure that what? See how I have a thumbs link right there from where it goes in the back? It'll be the same way on this side. And of course, I'll have to put it back on the ring mandrel to get it back round while I'm doing this. You guys are amazing. Thank you, Will Hat. Thank you, Gemini. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, everybody, for all your support. I really appreciate it. Guys, don't forget about Will Hat. He's an amazing artist. I promise you, you will not be disappointed with his work. And he's a super nice guy. Okay. So I'm trying to see, because I want these beads, even though this one's thicker, because beads are naturally what they're going to be when they're natural gemstones, it is still the same. So that will go on the other side of the bracelet towards the back. And then we will see the way the light hits this bead. Sometimes you can't see it's blue. It looks green, but I swear to you it's blue. It's not green, but it has, Lapidus has shades of green and the agate and the stone coming through it. Thank you, Malik. You're awesome. You're so awesome. Thank you for the positive words. And then we're going to get some more of these out of here. As you guys can see, I got war runes from Kitty Star has given me war runes. If you could see my legs, I showed them to, that was funny. I showed them to Launch, and he said, oh my Lord. I said, yeah, exactly. Her back claws got me. She used me as like a push-off, you know, like a kid in a swimming pool. I don't know about you, but I used to swim and was on a swim team, and you would flip over just like in the Olympics and push yourself off. So that's what she did. She pushed herself off my leg and gouged me about 3 times. Hey, everybody, don't forget to check Malik out either. She's a fantastic artist, another drawing artist. I haven't done any drawings since 2024 when I did my last dragon. But she's amazing. Go check her out. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Okay, so we're going to get this next one on here, and I've got to have about 6 feet more wire. It's a lot of wire, folks. That's why you run out of wire. That's why I usually buy my wire like this. But I couldn't find this 20 gauge off of Parawire in the big wire, like in a big roll. So I take into my hand, and I measure the wire all the way up my arm to my shoulder. You guys have seen me what my arm and shoulder looks like. That's about 5-6 foot of wire. We're talking about 1 or 2 beads for each one. I think it's going to be beautiful. So, and I really like it. And I think it would be great to do a necklace with these beads. Maybe with these beads too, if I do a necklace, because I have so many of them, but they go fast. If I do a necklace, I think that maybe I'll add some the coral in there. This red, pink coral. Coral, C-O-R-A-L. I do not pronounce correctly, and no, I do not have false teeth. So, and it's real coral. Okay. So as we go in, we're going to need to get smaller. So I need smaller pieces, shorter towards the center. I need a blue one. I need a blue short one. Oops. Sorry, you guys can't even see what I'm doing. I apologize. I need a blue short one for this. Don't want it too short, but I do want it shorter. This one here, maybe. Yeah, see how it's a little shorter? And it is blue, I promise you. Even if it's looking green, it's blue. Thank you so much, Talent. Thank you, Will Hat. Thank you, Gemini. You guys are amazing. And Anna, everyone, you are amazing. If I don't mention your name, it's just because I have this thing called Lapidus brain. So, Gemini, what are you working on right now? Everybody kind of let me know what they're working on. Are you drawing something? Are you beading something? Are you painting something? Okay. So here we go. I got to have a thumb in between, remember? And that one will be next. Whoa. Trying to get it through that hole there. There we go. It's actually really tight. So we're going to pull it all the way down this wire just about. Whoops, I pulled it right off the wire. That did me a lot of good. Let me do this first. Let me go ahead and get it on here so it doesn't, I don't lose it. Go ahead and get this wrapped around several times. Pull this piece up here. It's on the bottom sticking out. I want it to come around like that. There we go. I'm going to squish this together right here. Okay, and then we're going to cut this piece right here as close as possible with these flush cutters. Get right down on there. There we go, just like that, see? And it disappears. You just smoosh it so that nobody gets stuck with it. And we're going to come back around this way behind the bracelet and over. We're going to grab our next bead, which when they're on this towel, I don't know if you guys noticed, but some of them look really green. They do have green in them. All right, we're going to run the bead, get the silver wire. We're doing a silver braided bracelet that I finished. today before I even got on the live. I should have shown what I did. I apologize, but it would have taken so much longer, and this has already taken quite a bit of time. And I appreciate everyone being here and your patience. That's why I say go grab some popcorn and a drink. We're going to be here a minute. Okay, we're just threading that through, and believe it or not, because it is a rolled gemstone, it really is hard to push it through there. I'm going to try to hold this and pull it up. See there? Oh my goodness. And I'm lifting it so it's not going to knock every bead off my desk here. Okay. See, when this goes around this way and this way, it will be the right direction. Trust me, it will. Okay. I need to turn this all the way around. Sorry about that. And pull it back. And we're going to wrap around the bead, just like we did the other one. I'm going to go a few swirls around the bead. And it's getting tighter. Oops, you know what? I didn't follow my rule, guys. You didn't catch me and say, hey, you're not following your thumb rule. Okay, so we need to have a thumb in between here. There we go. I'm going to use my nylon pliers to straighten this out. So I was like, that's really hard to wrap. And that's why, because I didn't do the thumb rule. It's got to be at least the tip of the thumb there. Once we get that, I'm just going to pull this over a little. There we go. And I will straighten it out. I'm just weaving around there. Just like that. Funky bohemian. Works for me. I think it's pretty. Okay. Wow. Sorry guys, I'm doing my best to try to keep it in frame and also get the wrap on here. Yeah. Down that way. Back up this way, and I'm going to take the pliers and mash that. So we want it up towards the top. See how I moved that wire up from the bottom to the top? Thank you, Malik. You're amazing. Gemini, you are amazing. All my people are amazing. Wow. I'm going to take these needle nose wire here, and we're going to sort of twist this piece right here and bend it in. I'm going to hold my finger on that stone. I don't want it to go too far, but I want it to. Come on now. All right, I'm getting my round nose, guys. You guys see me working with these round nose. What I can do is because I always had to work with them. Before I had a lot of money, I didn't have every tool there was, and this tool became everything, and it's not a multi-tool either. There we go. Now we're going to take this piece right here, and we're just bending that, sort of twirl in there. And then we're going to pull it behind the stone because we're wrapping this around. Okay, there we go. I'm going to wrap a couple of more weaves up here on the top, just like the other ones, so it sort of is uniformed. You're so sweet, Mark. You know, if I was knowledgeable, I'd be a millionaire right now. But you are so sweet. Thank you. It makes me feel really good. Thank you so much. I need that encouragement to keep going. Okay. So we're pulling tight here, right here, and I'm holding that because I don't want this to move, but I want that little wrap there. I'll pull these with the round nose because it's easier to get this swirl that I'm doing on each top of them, which is really like individually wire wrapping each one as it's on there, so it looks like it's weaved in, just like the other beads. You guys are amazing. Everyone in my room is amazing. They're all artists, creatives, and whatever. They are amazing people. If you haven't subbed each other, you better do it now. And don't forget to like and subscribe if you aren't already. And we are working on Lapidus spear beads on a hand-braided silver bracelet, non-tarnish, with a little elephant for good luck. And I'm going to have to put this back on the thing. Do y'all see how this thing is getting shaped? I'm going to have to put it back on the mandrel to get it round again. And I want to get right here where I have this big chunk back here and see if I can turn some of that down in here. Tone it down a little bit. There we go, like that. There we go. Then it becomes just a part of the bracelet. Wow. Let's get this other piece here and squish that together. You'll see it move. See there? Exactly what I said. It'll move. It will move. Oh, I need that to be more uniformed and symmetrical. Are you kidding? Water pencil and color. I love all that. Are you kidding? I used to paint in oil only, but with my health later, I couldn't breathe in. It was too toxic for me to clean my brushes. And oil is more forgiving, by the way, folks, because it doesn't dry as fast, so you can take your time on a piece like you never know. I mean, it's just so different than acrylic and water. But I love them both. I've learned to use them. Okay, so I'm just kind of tighten, pull this down. Sorry, it keeps blurring out of the way. Absolutely, Gemini. See there? That's what I was telling her. She's an amazing artist. Don't put yourself down. We know you're great. If you weren't great, you wouldn't be in here. There you go. Look, I'm just knocking those spear beads. I'm glad I got a lot of these. Okay, we're just pulling back here and weaving it just like we did the other, only it's silver this time, and this time we're using the... Oh, I know what it is. It's dagger beads, Gemini. These are called dagger beads. Why couldn't I think of it? You're supposed to remember that, Gemini. Dagger beads. You're a teacher. They're not spears, they're daggers. I guess because they have a bit of a point. Dagger beads. Isn't that something? So that way, I want y'all to know the type of beads. Y'all, you can tell part of me's from the South. I want you and every one of you to know what type of bead I use, because if you wanted to purchase it, you go up there saying, I want spikes, it's going to look a lot different than these. These are dagger beads. I'm having to take a sip of my tea and a sip of my soda. I'm varying my liquids and hydration. I don't have any keys yet where I can get hydration points, so we'll work on that. If I can get my watch hours up, then I can get the little thank yous and stuff like that, which is what I'm really looking forward to be honest with you. I'm working really hard on my watch time. Let's see here. And you guys are a great help. Thank God I have all of you to support me. See how this kind of got worked hardened so it's more stiff? Hey, Ghost Rider, welcome in, my man. Hey, everybody, don't forget to check him out if you haven't. And make sure you check him out. He does everything from aeroplanes to what? Carnival. And he is amazing. He is amazing creator, and he has an amazing channel. And he needs support, folks, so please, let's support him. Make sure that he has support also. Trying to weave this in between here. These are dagger beads. And they are Lapidus real, and then we're putting them on non-tarnished silver parawire with a elephant charm. And this is a braided silver one, and we did a copper one too with a tagger eye. Now goodness, what did I do with that tagger eye bracelet? Oh, here we go. Funky Bohemian wrapped in copper and tagger eye ghost. I think it's really pretty. And it's adjustable. And I had to move this because it was in the way of my working space. So that's the first one. And now we're working on the silver one with the dagger Lapidus beads. I didn't think this wire would work harden that quick, but it did. And we want to try to keep that thumb edge or a thumb like that to space them that way or that way. This one, it's this way. It's the tip of the thumb. Whoa. And then we're getting this coiled around here. I think that's about another tip. You guys agree it's about another tip? Thank you, James. Awesome people here. Awesome people. I love you all. Hope everybody's got their popcorn and stuff and their drinks. There we go. And we just smush that back, and that gives us that coil. See there? Nice little coil in between. And then I'm looking at the beads because the longer ones need to go in the back, and as we go up, the shorter ones need to go towards the center, I think. Don't you guys think the shorter ones should go towards the center? Yeah, we do, Gus. We have an amazing community. Along with you, you are a part of that amazing community. Okay, I'm trying to get some more of these dagger beads out here, Lapidus blue and green. They give off hues of green, but there's definitely, you can tell the difference. So I'm trying to stick with the blues. This one's about the same, and it's small. So I'm having to move this down because the wire is so long. There we go. Let me just drop it like that onto the bracelet. See, if I didn't wrap the tops of them, how that would go on there. It wouldn't even, like, that's why you need to do the wire around the top. Okay. So we're going to come around this way and around this way. We're just sort of wrapping around to make them look like they hook onto here. And we're going to do the top part has some wire wrap on it, just like that. Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to get out of frame. And these are Lapidus beads, and this is a silver braided bracelet with a elephant charm on it in the middle. We're going to push that around this way, kind of straighten it up. And I'm going to go up under this bead so that I can get it to do more of what I want it to, which is really hard at this point. There we go. There we go. I'm going to put this back on the ring mandrel because I'm really bending this thing out of shape. Okay. So we're going to put it on here like this, so I can try to get some of the round shape back on it, because it's getting stiffer and harder as I go around because the bracelet is work hardening while I'm putting the beads on. See what I mean, guys? From the back to the front. Everybody is awesome. Thank you so much for being here, Ghost Rider. It means a lot. I know that you stay rather busy and you're constantly creating too. Okay, there we go. I'm going to straighten that dagger bead out there. I'm telling you, it's really getting hard to push them so they'll turn right side. Then we're going to wrap. Do our twirl and wrap here again. There we go. And then we're going to squish this in between. It's about 3 to 4 wraps in between each one, believe it or not. I'm going to try to push that up closer to the bead there. There we go. Like that. There we go. Funky Bohemians. Blue Lapidus with shades of green from the earth. Everybody always is, Tempe, in my rooms. It's a requirement to relax. Since we're so stressed out from just wrapping some of the beads. Okay, guys, I have got to sit back and do a stretchy thing. Oh, because of my shoulders. You have no idea how far I lean over when I'm doing this. Like, there's no such thing as sitting up erect and straight. Not happening. Oh. That's when I wish I had one of those. You know what those things are? Those things you put on your back and between your shoulders and it auto does massage. I could use that. Yeah, lucky elephant with Lapidus. Very nice Lapidus. These are genuine gemstones, folks. It's on a non-tarnished silver bracelet with parawire, and then the wire I'm using to wrap, which is actually hardening, is 20 gauge. And I showed everybody the difference in a 20 and a 24 gauge. So this wire is actually bigger than the one I did on the copper bracelet. I used 24 gauge, and you guys could see how much thinner that wire was. Oh. Usually my cat jumps on my back, which is great. I get a free massage from Boss Kitty. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm probably looking at 6, possibly 7, because it's going to have to be a little teeny bead there. That's why I said the closer we get to the center, the smaller the beads need to be. Oh, the tagger eye ones too. Yeah, this is Lapidus though in silver. I like it. It's sort of tribal, funky, and beautiful, all in one. This is to wear out with your Beautiful handmade long skirt, maybe a green. Yep. Elephant's trunk is up for good luck. I'm going to get out 2 more beads. I need smaller ones. Let's see if we can find smaller ones here. Here's a smaller one. That one can go right up next to the elephant, that one. And then the one before that, okay, I guess we could do, let's see here. I'm not sure. Yeah, that one there, and then we'll do the other one really small because we're really close to the elephant. No problem. You guys are awesome, Anna, everybody. I'm so happy to have you here. I'm so blessed by all of you. Gemini, Merck, Mel, James. If I didn't mention you, please forgive me. Like trying to mention and remember everyone, that's always hard unless you're actively talking all the time. And Anna, who's amazing too. Okay, now there should be a hole in here. There it is. You guys see it? I can see it through my camera lens, but if I look, I can barely see it. Okay, let me see if I can get this through. Is the hole not all the way through? Are you kidding me? I don't have a diamond drill right now that I can get my hands onto. That looks like a hole to me. Let me put it up to the light. Maybe it's not. I thought it was a hole. You don't see a hole in that one? Yeah. I know it was just a trick of the light. Wow. So I got to find another one. I have Dremel diamond bits where I can drill them, believe it or not. Okay, we're trying to get a smaller one up towards this. Wait a minute. This one's blue and it's smaller and it does have a hole in it. I seen it. I seen the hole. There we go. Yay. We got it. Gemini, Muriel, everybody, we got it. Are you kidding me? What are they holding messages for reviews? My rooms are always PG. Here, Temp. Someone showed Tempy's remark. He said only a half a hole in the that one. He's just talking about the beads, folks. Or she is. That's all they're talking about. So please show it, whoever pulled it. Oh, Will Hat retracted his message? Says another moderator just handled this. So whoever you are, whoever moderated it, make sure you show his thing because there's nothing wrong with what he said. He was just talking about the bead not having a hole in it. Okay. Thank you so much, Willhead. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. She said, please type it again, Timpy. Because it doesn't show who. No, it doesn't. And usually it'll let the host take care of it, and that's what I tried to do. Okay. This is really a little bead, and it looks green through my thing, but I promise you it's shades of blue with like agate through it. It's just a very lighter one. And I'm going to have to get one more for right there, I think. I don't know. We'll see. This one's going to be one of the harder ones to wrap. The smaller these are, the harder they are to wrap to give that illusion. There we go. Wow. Probably too close up for you guys. No, I mean, I believe you, Jim. I don't know. I think sometimes YouTube does stuff like they're bots or whatever. And guys, I don't have any bots. I'm not a big enough channel, so it has to be a bot within the system that does that mess. I'm just twisting this around here like this. I'm going to try to wrap the top of this one. It is so small, this bead, guys. It's so teeny. Makes it a lot harder to do, but we will get it. There is nothing impossible. Bead master. I wish I was a bead master. Okay. There we go. I'm holding it down. I'm going to bring this around this way. We're getting really close to the elephant. Wow. I'm pressing that down with my finger. I'm going to have to use something else to press it. Okay, that was the best I could do for that one. In between there, I'm going to turn this like this. I'm going to turn it around and see if I can pull this some more right here. Whoa, why we get so dark? Retouch on. Wow, you guys see how dark this is? Is it dark to anyone else? Welcome in, Chris, everybody. It's not dark on your end. Okay, so it's probably me. Probably me. Hey guys, if I have one of those little hearty things, I've never seen it before. If somebody would tap that little hearty thing, because someone said to me, oh, thank you for the hearts, but I never see it. Are there like a heart, a laughy and all that? Ah, now I see it. But why didn't it show me who? Because they always know who does it. I don't know who's doing it, but thank you for the hearts. If you did it, just say something. Thank you, Rubberneck. I have never seen it since I've been in the room. I really appreciate all the support. Just like a little kid. I never seen that before. Can you do that for me? You guys are amazing. I have an amazing room here. A bunch of amazing artists and creators in here with me as I create this silver braided bracelet and wire wrap these delicate but beautiful. Actually, they're not that delicate, but they are if you squish them too hard, because all these kind of gemstones will crack. And these are called Lapidus daggers. And I'm going to take